Shabbat shalom. Well, not Shabbat shalom. Shalom, shalom, y'all. Hopefully y'all are doing well out there. Listen, welcome back. Welcome back to the War Sheet Podcast. Come on now. Woo! It's time to get it, y'all. It's time to get it. We about to go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. We got quite a few topics to talk about, y'all. But as you know, here at the War Sheet Podcast, we like to shed light on a lot of these issues and circumstances, situations, because we know that light creates understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience. And that patience creates unity. So let's get unified in the spirit, y'all. Let's cue this intro first.
Is the sheep preaching hate? He says, I'm not going to let the wolf eat me anymore. If the wolf comes in here, next time he comes in here, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep him off my back. Is the sheep violent or is the wolf the violent one? He wasn't teaching hate, he was teaching common sense. You know, somebody's knocking you over the head, stop him. Do whatever you have to do to stop him. You know, the ones that were knocking him over the head were afraid of the fact that he might swing back. So they said, no, he's teaching hate, he's violent.
Let's get this thing rocking and rolling, y'all. Listen, if you guys can hear me loud and clear, please, all of my righteous alpha men, drop a ram in the chat for me, please. 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 All my elegant women who are exceptional, please drop a sheep in the chat for me, please. If you can hear me just fine out there. I mean, I'm already seeing rams and sheep in the chat. Look, bless y'all. We're going to go ahead and do some shout outs, man. We're going to go ahead and do some shout outs today. I'm trying to tell you now, we're going to get this thing rock and roll. We're going to do some shout outs. Y'all let me know what's up. Make sure that I'm coming in. Okay. All right. Let's get it done. Seasons to Journey. Welcome in. Good to see you. My brother, Chris Briggs. Welcome in. The Honorable Pastor Rufus. Welcome in. Salute to you all who are in here today. We're going to listen. Salute to you all who are in here today. You hear me? Salute.
Carry on.
Carrying on. All right. My brother. My brother, Jamal Dunnings. Welcome in. Good to see you in this thing, my brother. Bless you. My sister, Angelica. Well, Angelica, welcome in. Good to see you. Shalom. My sister Angela Neighbors. New beginnings. Welcome in. Good to see you. All right. My brother Timbo Slice, my brother Charlie, my brother Odell. Welcome in, my brother, man. Good to see you in here, my brothers. Man, let's get it. All right. Let's get it, y'all. Looks like I got everybody. And we got the Rams and we got the Sheeps in the chat. So I'm being heard. Hallelujah. Appreciate y'all. Shalom, Mama Clay. All right, y'all. So look, check this out. We have some interesting topics here today. Listen, we all know how we like to get down here and exposing the truth and getting down to the bottom of things. One thing that really popped up on my radar once again is this whole situation with the California fires. Man, I really want to dive into that one more good time and just kind of discuss what's going on over there. It's like even more information that's kind of coming out and some people may be alluding to, right? But we got individuals here who are starting to blame the Most High. They really are starting to blame Yah for the fire that took place. You understand what I'm saying? And I find that to be very interesting. You understand what I mean? Like, because I don't understand how individuals can't accept certain aspects of what could have happened, what could have been prevented, but they always want to find something to blame. You understand what I'm saying? They always want to find something to make a villain, something to say that they're a victim. You understand me? Like, and they call California the city of angels. Of course, we all know it's the city of the fallen angels. You understand what I'm saying? It's the city of the fallen angels. So you can't blame the Most High for bringing a righteous judgment on that city and doing what he felt was necessary, right, to be done. But we also got to look into the deeper aspects of this fire, y'all. Same thing when it came to Maui, right? There was a deeper aspect, but as soon as that thing went up in flames, you got a lot of multimillionaires that are buying up property in Maui all of a sudden. You understand what I'm saying? There's always a deeper reasoning as to why things happen and take place. You know what I mean? And then with those opportunities that arise, somebody is looking to actually take advantage of it. Not in the righteous way. We're talking about in some of the most wicked ways, y'all. Some of the most wicked ways you can think of. We got a great show here ahead of us here, man. Listen, y'all, we're going to rock this thing out. We're going to have a good time. And we're going to also look and seek edification and whatever we can possibly pull it out of. Honestly, tell you the truth. We got a couple little things we got to go over. Let me share you all my screen. All right. So y'all can see what I'm seeing. Do you see what I see? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead so you can see what I'm seeing. All right, y'all, let's get into this thing. Without further ado, let's jump into it. All right, so this is CNN clip. In regards to the neighbors, see a home that was touched by Yah, touched by God. He said there was a home there that was touched by God. Let's listen in what CNN had to say. This is mainstream media. We all know that ain't nobody really trying to hear what they got to say, but let's hear what they got to say today, right? Let's hear it. All right.
For many people impacted by these fires, at least 5 now, there is nowhere left to go. CNN's Kyung Law spoke to some of the people who returned to survey the devastation.
Right over here is my kitchen, my living room. Oh my God. Pots and pans and stuff right there. Oh my God. Yeah.
Hey, 25 years I've been here. Easy, 25. Gone. Less than 3 hours.
When you look out at your neighborhood, what happened here?
It just looked like a war zone here. This is a war zone. Looked just like a war zone.
I saw the fire at 2 o'clock. I took a picture, and at 4 o'clock, my phone went off and it says evacuate, evacuate. And that's what we did. There's nothing left. I literally just have the clothes on my back. It's nothing. Things that my grandmother gave me, my granddaughter, she's always making me something and I put it in a frame, you know. I don't have those no more.
Yvette said that this guy's house was touched by God.
It had to be, because it sure didn't burn.
But if his house is touched by God, what happened to the rest of the neighborhood?
God didn't care about us.
Can you hear that? Let me run that back, man, just in case y'all didn't hear it. Let me run it back real quick. He said that house was touched by God.
What happened to the rest of the neighborhood?
God didn't care about us.
God didn't care about us. How many of you may have found it in your lifetime where you're like, man, God really didn't care about me, or really don't care about what I'm going through, or whatever it may be? Well, you find this grown ass man standing there saying that this individual's home was not touched by a flame, but every single home in the surrounding area was burned to the ground, y'all. You understand me? So if that's the case, right, then what does this say about everybody in that area? We know that Yah is a merciful Yah, but he's also very righteous in his judgment. He's going to judge it. He's going to judge that thing hard, right? And it's very interesting how this house wasn't even touched. I mean, you can see that it's in pristine condition. Come on now. You can't say it's nothing but the Most High that actually kept and preserved that home, because listen, everything in the surrounding area is completely burned down. I found it to be very interesting. Okay, let's continue to hear what they got to say about this.
There it shows it right now. But I'm going to let this go, and I'm going to close my gate, and I'm going to get out of here, because it's just making me sick.
Like, how many individuals are going to take this position of blaming the Most High for something that happens to their property? You know what I mean? Like, how are you cherishing this home so much to where you find yourself pointing your finger at the Most High? I mean, we can also go over to the accounts of Job, where Job actually got really upset in regards to everything he may have lost, right? And we know how that story ended, how it played out. You know, we knew that it was a true test coming from Yah. You understand what I'm saying? And you find in yourself, when you see this situation, like, these individuals really are going to start to point the finger. They're going to really start blaming the Most High, and they're not going to think about themselves, right? Like, what type of lifestyle were you living? You understand what I'm saying? To where that individual whose house was untouched, what were they doing? What were they praying? Were they fasting? Were they in the word? Like, what's the difference? Instead of going over there to try to learn from the individual to see if they may have been having a different type of lifestyle, maybe serving the Most High in a different way, on a different level, in a different capacity, you choose to do what? You choose to blame others. You're shifting the blame to the Most High. Now it's the Most High's fault that judgment was brought on that city. You don't even go to shifting or thinking about your politicians, the ones who are supposed to be leading your city, right? Who's supposed to make these provisions based on, you know, that you're staying in a city that likes to burn. You understand what I'm saying? You staying in a state that likes to burn, but your politicians, your leadership within the city, you're not holding them accountable. But he said you want to shift that over to the Most High and said it is his fault. Well, what about the leadership in the city who failed to properly plan for something like this to happen? This mass catastrophic events. You understand what I mean? And I really wanted to touch on that, because we're going to get into something that we sent over in the Discord app. And it's going to be a video in regards to Mel Gibson. Shout out to Brother Odell for sending me that video, because it was very timely. I was going to actually review this, right? Just based on this guy saying that it's the Most High's fault that his house burned down, and then his neighbor's house is in pristine condition and untouched. You understand what I'm saying? I believe we're going to get into, let's go ahead and get into that video real quick. But the bro was completely upset, totally upset, and just straight up just blamed the Most High. I just immediately blamed him. I honestly don't think that this right here, like, I know this is going to be a trend for a lot of these Californian people, right? It's just to start to blame Yah. He needs to understand Satan can control things too. Yeah, he can influence things for sure. and he does have a level of control on his dominion on his planet. Also, the situation of Joseph, absolutely, that's crazy. That one house was fully preserved, absolutely. Everything around it burned down to the ground, and this one house, not a bush, not a tree, not nothing. The guy's response, the owner of this home, his response was very humble. And I know for a fact that this guy right here, he gonna hit that ground running hard for Yah. But hopefully he finds him in the proper way, right? In the proper, in the entirety of the scriptures. But my thing is, it seemed like it really lit a fire in his spirit. You know what I mean? I don't believe they cover it in this particular. Let me see if I don't think they cover it. I don't think they cover it at all in this news clip.
Oh my God, that is devastating. Kang Long, thanks for bringing us their point of view. Let's go live now to Pacific Palisades. Our Maribel Gonzalez has been covering the fires there. And I mean, the scene looks the same, whether it's behind Stephanie Elam's live.
Yeah, they don't cover it in this one. But, if you were to see it, man, he was very grateful, man, humbled, and like in tears that his neighbors lost their home, but his home is perfectly intact. It wasn't touched. That is crazy. Like, it almost as though it was his own little bubble. Maybe he prayed before he left or something. You know what I mean? Like, while the rest of them are stuck in their sin, you got to know California is probably one of the biggest cesspool for sins. A lot of people just live and move to California for their own reasons, for their own purposes. It's usually very goal driven for selfish reasons, right? Because you got Hollywood over there, and you got a lot of different individuals that's in the industry that practices a lot of satanic stuff, right? In a bunch of witchcraft, in a bunch of the dark arts, things like that. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of individuals that move to California or Hollywood is because they're looking to become some sort of star. You know what I mean? They have their own agenda, their own purposes, and it has nothing to do with the Most High Yah. And that's truly what the truth is. It has nothing to do with Yah. It has very little to do with him on average. So but they always want to call on them when they need something, when they want something or need something. But once they get to California, they forget all about Yah, and they just go ahead and they chase their own vanity is what they do. So y'all know who to bring judgment upon. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and flip it over to this Mel Gibson situation. We're gonna hear what he had to say in regards to this thing. I think that this is going to be really important for us all to hear and take into account as well. You know what I mean? I just got a couple of little things I wanted to touch on with this topic one more time before we get into some of the main topics for the day. All right.
I'm not a Christian. I'm a follower of Christ.
Joining us now, actor and Academy Award-winning director Mel Gibson, an old friend, a Malibu resident who tragically just lost his home to the Palisades fire.
It is what it is, I guess. It was only a month ago that the flames threatened us, 200 meters away on the other side. And of course, the wind shifted and came in and whipped and got us from the other direction. So it was an interesting.
You've heard the.
Go on.
Both. You've heard a lot of people say a lot of things about these fires. Obviously, the winds were horrific, but they were predicted. Mm-hmm. I know that last weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they said this could be tragic with these winds if any fire starts.
Sure.
Do you believe in what you know so far, anything could have happened like this?
One always suspects that this might happen, but one thinks that the resources, and the capabilities of the men and women will be on standby, that they'll be able to cope with any situation that comes up. But apparently, some people were asleep on the job, mainly our leaders there. But, that's something they have to live with. And but that's something the community has to live with. It's really sad. I mean, I have many friends that are, looking for a place to put a roof over their heads, and kids, and they're traumatized. Someone should answer for it, but we'll see. I think we know who the culprits are. In fact, my son he's a member of the volunteer fire brigade. He sort of interfaces between LA County Fire and people, and they assist them where they can during, before, and after the blaze. And apparently the residents in Corral Canyon caught an arsonist up there. And the guy was all tooled up with fire gear and equipment and stuff like that, ready to go. And he had been lighting fires, but they corralled the guy in Corral Canyon and gave him to the police. So
yeah, apparently that
actively going around looking for these conditions.
Yeah, apparently, Mel, that individual was never charged. It's a very confusing set of facts because apparently he was reportedly trying to light things on fire, but it's not the fires, I guess, that they. I mean, it all seems very bizarre, but they have.
So what they're saying is that somebody was actually actively trying to light things on fire prior to this all taking place. I don't, you got some individuals also believe that some of the electric meters, right, also had the capability of exploding in extreme heat. You understand what I'm saying? It may have caused a fire. There's two different factors, a couple different factors that's at play here right now. And right now, what they're speaking about is that they witnessed a guy who's actually actively trying to start these particular fires. Now, Mel Gibson is taking the position of somebody's got to be held accountable for this. And we all know who the culprit may be, but we will see if they be held accountable. He's not trying to say too much because we all know not only is his brother is Mel Gibson getting a little darker, man. He's starting to look like a brother now. You know what I'm saying? Look, is it just me or am I the only one? Am I tripping? Is Mel Gibson starting to get a little dark now? He's starting to look like a brother, man. That tan is thick right now, bro. But Mel Gibson is trying to be a little bit more cryptic and trying to be sure he's treading lightly. We all know that he really pissed off the industry by shooting, first of all, the Passion of the Christ. We all know that Jesus is black. Okay, so we're not gonna go into that conversation. However, the Passion of the Christ, that movie right there that he shot and he put out, that really pissed off the industry. You know what I mean? But he also did something that was even more devastating to the industry that really they wanted to blackball him after it. He made Sounds of Freedom, that movie that he made for Sounds of Freedom that depicted and showed the inner workings of child trafficking, something we're going to start to really cover heavy on this channel, right? And exposing the truth within child trafficking rings, and how not only is your politicians in on this, but also your teachers, your police officers, law enforcement locally, your foster care system is all in on child trafficking. You understand what I'm saying? All these every single time your Amber Alert pops up, just know that somebody could have been involved in regards to that child coming up missing that you feel like you could probably put some trust in. You understand what I'm saying? So always be guarded. But he put that movie out, and they tried to shut that movie out for years, y'all, for years. And he finally was able to get it to release in theaters. And if you've ever seen it, you'll see why he was trying to get this message out to the masses. You understand what I'm saying? The systemic issue of child trafficking, of human trafficking, is a real problem here in the States. And this is like one of the major grounds for trafficking. You understand what I'm saying? And in California was definitely taking huge parts in that. That's one of the things that the Most High Yah is definitely is fed up with. And we're going to see a lot of judgment coming forth in 2025 in regards to all of that blood, all of that innocent blood being spilled. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what I truly do believe. I believe that Yah is going to amplify his judgment this year, 2025, and moving forward in regards to a lot of these situations that's been taking place. But let's continue. Let's finish this thing up, y'all.
Not ruled out.
Shout out to my brothers. Shout out. Welcome in, brother Nathaniel. Welcome in, my brother. Good to see you. Message sent. Welcome in. Good to see you, my brother. Bless you. Bless you. Sister Rose, welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hallelujah. Bless y'all. Bless y'all. Let's go. All right. Oh, yeah. And also, salute to the real. Salute.
Could have started the first fire. There's obviously still investigating this. And at the same time, Mel, there are numerous complaints, as you alluded to, that the fire hydrants did not have water or water pressure. And the LA fire chief herself reacted. Watch this.
My stance on this is when a firefighter comes up to a hydrant, we expect there's going to be water. We don't control the water supply. Our firefighters are there to protect lives and property and to make sure that we're properly trained and equipped. That's my position on this. So if there's no water, I don't know how the water gets to the hydrants.
Mel, reaction to that.
So that right there just goes further to explain, right? She's confirming they don't have anything to do with anything else. They're there to protect your borders and protect your property. This is what the intergovernmental system is there and was created to do. Of course, now they've infiltrated our homes and now they're dictating what we can do on a day-to-day basis. But really, they were just designed to serve we the people, right? To protect our borders and protect our property, right? You should stop right there. You understand what I'm saying? So whenever you call the police and you invite them in your home, you're inviting them into your life to dictate what you're going to do moving forward. Just know you're signing a contract once you get on that phone and hit that 911. You understand what I'm saying? Let's continue. Brother Z Manning, welcome in, my brother. Bless you.
Well, you know, I know they were messing with the water, letting reserves go for one reason or another. They've been doing that a while. California has a lot of problems that sort of baffle the mind as far as why they do things. And then in the events like this, you sort of look, oh, is it on purpose? Which it's an insane thing to think. But one begins to ponder whether or not there is a purpose in mind. What could it be? You know, I don't know. Do they want the state empty? I don't know.
Well, Mel, there's already talk, and we played a couple of sound bites of reimagining the way rebuilding occurs. And obviously there's a great need for high density housing in California and across the country. That's a big push by the climate folks. And you're already hearing rumblings of that. In this case, like goodbye single family homes, hello high density housing.
So now let's get this straight, y'all. They've effectively created a problem, caused the problem, and now what? They leaving it up to we the people to fix or have a solution to the problem. They're going to force this solution on us in regards to what? Shoving that tube down your throat. What's the tube called? Climate change. Climate change is going to get shoved down your throat, especially in California. You're going to see people out with signs advocating, protesting climate change, climate control, when it simply has everything to do with the leadership in that city, the fire marshal, the mayor, all these individuals who obviously Mel Gibson just said they were letting certain reserves of water to go, right? That'll help combat the fire, something they should have been hanging on to be sure they were in proper defense, making sure they mobilize appropriately. Man, we got Mexico, y'all. Goddamn Mexico coming over for across the borders just to help out with the situation. Mexico coming over to help out with the situation. Trump's still going to deport them. But my thing is that, you know, we have Mexico who does not see borders, doesn't see that California is burning and say, you know what, I'm good, whatever, that's their problem. Coming across the borders to help us fight these flames. So my thing is this. We know what's coming next. The avocation, the promotion of what? Climate change, and then souping and changing the homes to fit whatever criteria they need. I believe over in the Discord app, I believe someone dropped, I believe it might have been Sister Nadia or somebody who dropped a piece of information in regards to what they've been planning to do with the city of California or LA and what their future plans was. You know what I mean? So I believe this might be a great opportunity for them to jump into that plan, to be able to now reconstruct the city and do what they felt they wanted to do. You just heard her say density, right? Dense homes that will actually help combat what? Fire type situations. And that was a problem in the city. Now there's an agenda. What's the agenda? I believe we can all see what the agenda truly is, but you got to know that this is a prelude. This is a prep for what? The son of perdition. You understand what I'm saying? This is another opportunity to see who's going to be for it and who's going to be against it. Who's going to be rocking with, oh, climate change. Oh, climate. You understand what I'm saying? And who's going to be against them pushing that off onto the public and shoving that tube down our throat? You understand what I'm saying? When it's just poor city management. This is poor planning. And if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And they were not planning for anything like this. You understand what I'm saying? Just keep your ears close. This is exactly what they do when they say what? They shall cause all. Cause. The book says what in Revelation? That they shall cause all, both great and small, to receive the mark. So what are we seeing in California? We're seeing individuals as low as homeless people, all the way up to A-list celebrities losing everything. It shall cause all, not force all, but cause all, both great and small, to receive the mark. This is listen, picture painted clearly. You understand what I'm saying? Let's pay attention to this situation and how it develops and how it unfolds. What are they gonna start talking about? What are they gonna start pushing out on the public? Listen, I'm keeping my ears to the streets, y'all. I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna do my, due diligence and do my investigations, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and get down to the bottom of this. We're gonna keep our eyes peeled and our ears open, because you know what? Something don't seem right here, y'all.
Something is wrong here. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Thank you very much for your time.
My thing is this, right? They're saying it without trying to say it. They're on Fox right now telling you what's going on without really trying to tell you. They don't want to get in no trouble, right? And that's facts, though, because people will blackball you. They'll call you crazy, crackpot, kook, fanatic, try to throw you in a halfway house, put you in a straitjacket just because you're telling the truth, speaking words. And then next thing you know, we come out and we find out there's another Diddy situation. Well, damn, we just had about 15 years ago, this person you labeled as crazy as hell, conspiracy theorist, was just saying that Diddy was out here, pumping and dumping some of these men that's in the industry. You understand what I'm saying? He was just talking about it, and then he was crazy. Same thing with Martin. Martin was talking about some things. Next thing you know, he running in the street, butt naked, waving a gun, talking about they trying to kill him. We got Dave Chappelle, who had a multi-million-dollar show, looking to sign a $60 million deal, turns the $60 million deal, jumps on a flight, shoots to Africa after he does an interview with Oprah Winfrey, talking about some of the problems in the industry. All of a sudden now, everybody that's been labeled crazy don't seem so crazy no more now that we here in 2025. Because 2024 was a hell of a year exposing truth. 2025 is going to be very interesting, y'all. So let's pay close attention. You understand what I'm saying? Let's continue. Let's finish this thing out, and we'll move on to the next topic. Boom, boom, boom. All right.
Yeah. It's pretty scary, and it'll take decades to do that too. It's like even if it if it's a good idea, which I don't know if it is, but reminds me of the old cattle barons clearing people off the land, But I don't know. I can make all kinds of horrible theories up in my head, conspiracy theories and everything else, but it just seemed a little convenient that there was no water, and and that the wind conditions were right, and that there are people ready and willing and able to start fires. And are they commissioned to do so, or are they just acting on their own volition? I don't know. But they seem pretty well equipped, some of these people that they're catching.
A lot of questions. A lot of questions, Mel. Mel, a message tonight.
I'll sift through the remains of my place and see if I can find any clues for you.
Mel, any message from you to Governor Newsom or Karen Bass tonight?
Spend less on hair gel.
Spend less on hair gel.
What can I say to them? Not big admirer of either, but there you go.
Yo, come on now. If he ain't keeping it real, I don't know what he doing. If he ain't sitting here trying to tell y'all the truth without really trying to tell y'all, I don't know what he doing. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think that anybody really has time to sit here and shuck, buck, jive, and do all this extra stuff. I don't think that nobody got time to lie to you about anything that they see that's taking place when they got boots on the ground.
I'm not lying to you. I ain't got time to lie to you.
I mean, he lives in the city, y'all. He lives in the city, lost his home in the city, has observed these individuals who must have been well equipped to start these fires. Seems like it was self-started. Seemed like they started it. They had the right wind conditions. They made sure that they drained enough reservoirs to be sure that they couldn't put the fire out. It's just too many perfect circumstances here. But we'll leave that up for speculation. What y'all got going on here? What y'all talking about? What y'all talking about in this joint? Seems to be a reoccurring theme. Disaster at expense of citizen, right? Yep. Insurance does not pay out, and the people lose title to land. It's brought up then part of the revolt with backroom deals, taking of money. Absolutely. I do not disagree with that at all. I think that is definitely a way to be able to get things done, right? Not only that, you can see the example of it in Maui. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a 30-year fire service veteran. I'm a 30-year fire service veteran. Oh, appreciate you. Thank you for your service there. I have done some fire protection work in California to underbrush the forest. Management was and still is, oh wow, atrocious. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know that Trump talks about that very often. It's just been a matter of time before this, man. Absolutely. As a fire safety officer for Allied University security, I can't tell you how many times I warned the clients and my employer the hazards that are presented or that are present and how they ignore the warning. Sad, very sad, very sad. I agree with that. I appreciate you. Thank you for your service. Absolutely. In that. And this is a residential building. Thankful for all things. Hallelujah. Absolutely. Praise Yah. All right, y'all. So that's the biggest thing, right? We're going to keep our eyes and ears on this whole situation and how they decide they want to handle it. I think that this is something that we definitely need to be prepared for, because we're going to see who's going to be on their side and who's not. We're going to see who's truly going to be like advocating and who ain't. You understand what I'm saying? All right. So let's move on to this next topic, y'all, because honestly, we're going to breeze through some of these things. All right. My thing is this, right? We have another video, okay? We have another video that's been dropped by Gigi. Gigi, she dropped another video in regards to explaining some more details and about the situation with the false prophet Lovy. The false prophet Lovy. You know what I mean? The warlock. The witch, the warlock Lovy. You know what I mean? So she has dropped some more information. We're going to review that info, okay? And we're going to go ahead and see what she's talking about. Listen, my thing is it's up. It's up at this point in regards to what's going on with this situation. But I think that it's very important to bring and shed light on it so we can have a great level of understanding as to what's happening. Now, my thing is this, right? With this whole situation, I'm going to just say it now. This video that I seen, because she dropped it, I promise you, she dropped it late last night. And when I say that I was up until 3-4 o'clock working, getting some work done, things like that, listen, I didn't get to bed till 4. And she dropped this thing at around 2-3 o'clock. You understand what I'm saying? So you know what I had to do, y'all. I had to run my ass on over there to that channel. And I had to do my investigations, y'all. I had to do my investigations. Let's go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. And what I listened to and what I heard, honestly, tell you the truth, she brought out more receipts in regards to the subject matter at hand. You know what I mean? The subject matter at hand, which is going to be fornication and adultery. These are the things that'll help plead her case as to where she is an adult and she's made her adult grown ass decisions to go out there and kick it with Lovy. You feel me? And kick it with Lovy. You feel me? That's what she wanted to do. That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to get out there. She wanted to get piped out. You understand what I'm saying? But that's just what it was. That was the energy. That's what it was given. You honestly, that was the goal the whole time, right? Is that she really wanted to build a relationship with bro. You know what I mean? We can't negate the fact that she wanted this. You know what I mean? So I believe she takes accountability in that. And my thing is that you just bring the receipts as to what truly happened. Like what happened, yo. Don't do the little breadcrumbs shit. Don't be dropping little things here and there. Bring the facts, bring the receipts, bring everything, all the proof and evidence. The first video you did was pretty decent, right? You showed text messages, even though, right, you cut out some of your responses in the text messages. You ain't slick. You understand, young lady? You are not slick. Keep all of this. Stop cutting your videos so much. Keep it raw, right? You maybe cut it here and there just a little bit, but all these extra edits, man. Oh, man, I don't know. It just seems a little bit disingenuous, but stop cutting it so much and then give us the whole truth. Stop spacing it out in 10-minute, 15-minute videos. If you got to do an hour video to bring out the evidence of adultery, fornication, do what you got to do. Expose the truth within this thing, right? And I believe accusations of him doing witchcraft or being a warlock, right? In regards to things like that. We're gonna get into this thing. But that is my critique in regards to what she's doing currently. Let's go ahead and get into this thing, y'all. But it was very interesting. Y'all tell me what y'all think, man, in the comment section. Tell me what you think in the comment section in regards to what she's saying. You already know I want to hear. I want to hear exactly what y'all think. Me personally, I don't like the games, but I understand where she's coming from, and I appreciate that she brought out more information in regards to what actually supports her case. Let's get into this thing.
Okay, so jumping right into this video, I'm going to go ahead and address some questions and some misconceptions. So first and foremost, we started our relationship before he got married. And like I said, I believe that he was single, that he wasn't with no one. And so we were together, we fell in love. And then after some time, he told me that he had to marry his ex, which I was so confused about because throughout our relationship, she was never in the picture. And then when he told me that he had to marry her, he told me that it was basically arranged, like his spiritual fathers were telling him that he had to get married to her. He would mention that he did not want to marry her. I mean, he made it a big deal, cried, was very distraught about the whole situation. And so I felt extremely bad. I felt very sorry. I genuinely believed what he was saying, and I felt extremely bad for him. So because he had told me that his spiritual fathers were telling him that this is something that he needed to do, I didn't understand. And I thought this is just something bigger that I don't understand when it comes to ministry. Come to find out, there was a video that was sent to me, which I will post here. It is his spiritual father, and they basically are speaking about how they were married. They got married back in like 2016 or 17. So I guess this whole entire time he's been with her, they were together, engaged, something that I did not know.
They had their first wedding, then they had their second wedding. I can say, right? Yeah. It's there online. If you check, especially at the Periscope days, they were in love with each other.
All right, so this guy right here, dang, I forgot this dude's name. What the hell is this guy's name? Anyways, Lovy called him daddy. Lovy calls him daddy. That's daddy right there for Lovy. Lovy said that's daddy. You understand what I'm saying? In fact, it's a common practice in this whole false religion, right? Or cult, because this is a cult, y'all. This is a cult. We got a slew of different prophets all under one roof, y'all. We got prophetess. We got the Lovy who's married to the prophetess. He's considered to be a so-called prophet. We got this guy here too, who's supposed to be a prophet. Who the fuck? Like anybody can just grab the title prophet. Like anybody just grabbing titles out here like prophet. You know what I'm saying? The prophet. Yeah. I mean, what? You know what I mean? But y'all all under this one little roof, you know, siphoning money off of the people. You know what I'm saying? It's full of shit. But my thing is this, right? Because these people are out here on some wicked ass shit, y'all. But they call each other daddy in this thing, okay? Each other daddy. Now, if that ain't the gayest shit I've ever heard, I don't know what is. You understand what I'm saying? Like, y'all must be on some real questionable things. Y'all must be doing some questionable. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. Why would you want to call another man daddy? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You understand what I'm saying? Let's continue. Forgot this guy's name, man, but he's supposed to be like a prophet above this. You know what I mean? This other prophet, and these both the top prophet.
So went live, knew them, married them. Officially, you are married. That was our first marriage. Was there like crowds? No crowds. There was no hotel. They are officially married. Marriage official, passion job. Done. I don't know how many years now. 7.
So that's Lovy's woman that he's currently married to, supposedly, right? Or he is. Okay, let's continue.
6, 7 years later.
Again, I now understand how wrong all of this is. I have privately and also publicly repented for all of this. What I will say is that we did proceed our relationship, and I was very hesitant about the whole thing, but because I believe that he was a prophet of God, that he was actually hearing the voice of God, I proceeded this.
All right, so let me say this, right? You know, he's an active, I guess, polygynist at this point, right? But he's lying about it. He's not being forthcoming. He's not telling any of these women that he's practicing this lifestyle of polygyny. You understand what I'm saying? And that's where the problem, that's where the sin comes in, right? That's where the problem takes place. Because if you're practicing polygyny, then why wouldn't you be openly saying that? Why wouldn't you be letting people know what's going on? Why are you such a coward that you can't come and tell somebody that that's what type of man you are? That's the type of lifestyle you live. I don't know. Is it a devil in you? Is it a demon in you that likes to do this and lie to women and creep around and shit like that? Like that's something that's really the number one issue here, right? The problem is that he has multiple women that he's dealing with, right? You know, from what they're telling me, he's dealing with at least 5 women outside of his wife. You understand what I'm saying? Or has dealt with at least 5 women that they know of outside of his wife. That's not the problem. The problem is, and that's not, you know, that's not the issue. The problem is that you are lying about it. Now, if he's dealing with these women and also actively taking care of them, then that's something that's a bit different. We know many patriarchs in the Bible have done so, but my thing is that if you're lying about it, not only if you're lying about it, but if you're finding other women and you're sleeping with them and you're moving them from one woman to the next woman to the next woman to the next woman, then you're fornicating. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where the other sin creeps in too. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I want to make it very clear that, you know, she's coming based on her opinion of thinking she's the only one, which I don't understand why she's coming into something where this guy has some sort of status. He has some sort of income. He's flying in private jets. She should have already had an inkling like, man, this dude got to be messing with somebody else. She had asked him a few times. You understand what I'm saying? Like, hey, you dealing with somebody else. Like, come on now. Like, obviously, if you just entering in the picture, he's obviously been dealing with other women prior to you. You know what I mean? So we couldn't be too shocked, too surprised at any of this. You know what I mean? But you lying about it makes you a true piece of shit. Let's continue. We're going to go ahead. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this joint.
Relationship, because he told me that God had approved of our relationship, that God was with us, that by God's grace, everything's going to work out.
All right, so we got text message receipts. Let's hope that she didn't edit her shit out, her responses. Okay. All right, so we got this is him. What are you talking about? How long ago was this? We don't have dates, but we do have times. What are you talking about? She scratched this out, which is her response. This is the shit that I'm talking about right here that makes me have trust issues with this whole story. This is it right here. Like, what did you say right here, chick? You understand what I'm saying? When does my suffering end? What are you suffering from? I am sorry. God will help us. Oh, okay. So this is about a child. They're in an active relationship. Okay, so this was June 11th of 2023. Don't like that she scratched out this reply. Don't like that she scratched this out so we can't see what she's saying. What are you talking about with you? When is this going to end? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, but you are say something. If you love me, we will find a way, but it's not what you want. I have been getting things in order, honey. Is this okay for you? Is this okay for you? What do you mean, is this okay for you? All right, so soon we will talk. I love and care for you. Don't forsake me. That's an interesting word. That's an interesting way to put something. Don't forsake me. All right. What, honey? Question mark. Is this for you? What? He said, what, honey? Like me and you will. Okay, so is this for you? Like us being together? Is it for you? Okay. Will God not be upset at you? No, because he knows. Okay, well, I hope we really get to talk soon. We will. Are you still my baby? So actively, I don't, my thing is this, right, chat? Listen, I don't know exactly what the hell they talking about. Honestly, tell you the truth, when I'm reading these text messages, I'm getting more of a vibe that she's really wanting a child with him, and that he's not trying to rush this shit. You understand what I'm saying? But she's really she's trying to get it done. Like she really wants this child. She wants this baby with this man. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that she really wants this child. And he's like, listen, it's gonna happen when it happened. You understand what I'm saying? Keep it. He on some keep it, keep it P, keep it player, keep it pushing. You understand what I'm saying? And she's like, listen, how many times am I gonna have to suffer? When does my suffering end? This is back in June 11th, 2023. When does my suffering end? So she's really pushing for this child, in which he's like, yeah, it's cool. Whenever it happens, it happens. Like, hey, it's all good. Are you still rocking with me though? You know what I mean? And we know that, of course, at this time, she's thinking that she's the only one. Not too sure why, but she is. You understand what I'm saying? He should have just been keeping it real. I think that she would have been all for it. I think she would have been totally fine with her position and playing her part if he would have been honest. And you know what I mean? It's just something about that women respect more. And I believe she's one of those women who would respect him being honest. You understand what I'm saying? And would love to indulge in his lifestyle, would love to support him in this, right? All of that. If he would have just been able to keep it real, keep it a buck. Real talk. But instead, we got guys out here like him who just want to be some bitch ass niggas. You know,
it's turned into bitch ass niggas.
I mean, I just don't understand the thought process. You gotta just enjoy the thrill. You got to. It's got to be the thrill for you. Me personally, I don't really like this type of drama shit. So I just prefer to just to be honest. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, this is who I am, what it is. It is what it is. But let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. Let me see what y'all talking about, man. Yikes. Yo, Mel Gibson was also trying to make movies of Maccabees, but they shut it down.
Just things that he was saying that God said. And so because of that, I continue to pursue this relationship with him. Also, this does mean that I was with him days before his wedding, and I was with him, nights of her birthday, and I was with him during moments where I thought he
wanted to have his babies. You understand what I'm saying?
He should be with her. I was actually unaware that this had happened, but the person, Miss A, that I told you guys about, when we had our conversation, we exchanged numbers, as I showed you guys, and the next couple of days we had talked on the phone for about literally 4 or 5 hours straight for 2 days, going through every message and every thread. And we had realized in many cases that he was meeting up with us within hours. And also she was shocked when I had revealed to her that I was with him the night before partner's birthday. because she had received messages from him saying it's not what you think, that they had an altercation at a restaurant, and that he left her crying.
All right, he left his wife in the closet crying on her birthday and came to spend the night with me. Bro, who gives a fuck? Excuse my language, y'all. Don't nobody care about that shit. Like, real talk. Like, that's between him and his wife, yo. That ain't got shit to do with nobody. Like, why is she even coming over here talking about this situation? Like, is this supposed to garner sympathy? Like, what the hell is this supposed to do? Like, we need some facts, yo. What are facts? What are proof? What are evidence? You understand what I'm saying? Why are you talking about this man leaving this woman in his closet crying and come see you at the hotel? I mean, that ain't got nothing to do with nobody, not even you. Like, you were there, obviously, for him to come see, you know, after she's done. Yeah, she's been sitting here crying in the hotel. I mean, that's for her story to tell. And when she comes out and tells the story about why she was doing all of that, then we, you know, hear her out. But you, on the other hand, need to talk about the issue at hand, adultery, all this other shit that you're claiming, right? We need to see that manipulation, adultery, all this other stuff. We need the facts of that, right? We need the receipts, the facts. Now you've proven, okay, yeah, we were together during this time. Okay, sure, great, sure. Now we need more proof. We need more evidence. Stop talking about shit that don't matter, yo. You understand what I'm saying? Let's talk about things that truly, truly matter. Let's continue. Let's continue. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Let's go.
Crying in the closet on her birthday. So again, as he's playing this woman, he's also playing me. He's also playing the rest of us. It's like, it's so weird. But yeah, we discussed just everything. I mean, everything. I don't understand how somebody could not only treat their wife, their partner like this, but to treat other women like this is absolutely diabolical. It's evil. It's not right. It's not a reflection of Christ. It does not reflect the character of God whatsoever. Many of you have asked why now? Like, why are you posting about this now?
Well, he's a damn liar. I mean, that's obvious thing, but honestly, you were game for it. You signed up for it. You came out here and participated in it. I'm trying to tell you now, but at this point, you got to move on. You got to move forward. You got to let that part go and get to the facts. Let's go. Let's go. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Why this thing want to stop and think?
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Say hello to my little friend.
Come on.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Say hello to my little friend.
It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Say hello to my little friend.
Okay. Yeah. Let me take a look at this real quick. Something's acting odd.
Now you're just so bitter. So what I'm going to explain to you is going to hopefully give you a better understanding of, like, this is not coming from a bitter place or a bitter heart at all. When the women had approached me at church and we went to go sit down in the back and discuss everything that had taken place, she had revealed to me that she was in a relationship with him as well. 3 years. I mean, the same exact time frame that I was in a relationship with him. And she also revealed that my photos were in her phone, that I could literally see with my own 2 eyes. The photos that I only sent him were in her phone. It was at that moment that I realized that everything was a lie. The messages that I've seen where he said that he does not know me, he's never done anything for me, all of that is just, it made me realize that he was a complete liar, that he was a deceiver and a manipulator. Again, this has nothing to do with me being bitter or hurt. I am such at peace, and I'm so grateful to God that the truth was revealed to me so that I can move forward with my life and not live a life full of stagnancy as this person was dragging me along. Okay, so moving forward, what I wanted to really speak on in this video is something that I experienced that it's just a lot, and it's heavy, but so beneficial to speak on it and to put the truth out there into the world so that people can realize the deception, the evil that is taking place, and that is also hurting the body of Christ, as I'm not the only one. Around the time that there was a huge event taking place for Revelation Night, we had engaged. And after this had taken place, he said, I think we made them. And he was speaking about children. After a couple weeks, I'm home and I was pregnant. And there was a day that I had reached out to him. I had told him like what I was feeling and whatnot. And he told me, do you want me to ask God? And I was like, sure. Like I said, okay, but I know that I am. So after that, the next day, I wake up, I go to the restroom, and I see blood. And so I'm so confused, but I'm like, okay, maybe it's not what I think it is. So as soon as I walk out the bathroom, I mean, literally, as I'm walking out of the bathroom, he calls me, which this was just so strange to me, but he called me. I answer the phone. And before I say anything to him, I said, so what did God say? He says to me, not yet, but soon. I want to have so many babies with you. Like, I want to have a lot of babies with you. And so we get off the phone and I'm just sitting in my bed and I'm just thinking about everything. And I'm also like hurt because I just felt so alone in that moment.
And so you see that she's starting to cry, y'all. So you know that she still has the level of attachment to this man. There's still a level of attachment, there's still a level of feelings. She says that she's not bitter, that she's moved on, that she's not really feeling this shit anymore. I don't really truly, I'm inclined not to believe it, y'all. I'm inclined not to believe it, but she does have a level of care. She does care about the situation. Now, it could be that the fact that she had a miscarriage, you understand what I'm saying? And what she's implying right now is that he has done some things to make her have a miscarriage because he called her immediately after it happened, okay? And, you know, immediately she's asking, well, so what did God say? What did the Most High say? To a false prophet. And he says, just not right now, in the future. Let's continue to hear what she's saying.
Oh, Jesus, help me.
After I got my first plant, I was hooked. There's just something so...
All right. I got pregnant around Revelation 9th, Canada. I told him I was pregnant, and he said he was going to make sure everything was good. The next morning, I woke up, went to the bathroom. There was blood. I wasn't sure what was going on. As I walked out of the bathroom, he called me and said, God said, not yet, but soon we will have so many babies. You understand what I'm saying? Which is a bit odd. You understand? Like, we're gonna need confirmation on that right there. That's a bit odd. You know, that's kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, whatever God he serves, you understand? I know it ain't the Most High. You know, definitely probably work in his favor, but that's some dark arts type shit. That's some dark magic type shit. If she's claiming what it was and it's facts, yeah, that's some real dark, that's some real witchcraft, voodoo, all that shit. That's what that is. You know what I mean? And if y'all believe in that type, if y'all know that people actively practice that, and then a lot of people can get things done that way, yeah. I mean, come on.
I do want to mention that I have talked to other women that were involved with him, and they had told me that they too had experienced very similar situations where as soon as they would tell him about a pregnancy, within a couple of days or even hours, like myself, they would start bleeding and lose pregnancy mysteriously.
That's a good question. This is all consistent with the stories of the women he has been with. Once they tell him, they lose the baby. Some have even had multiple miscarriages. Once they tell him, they lose the pregnancy. I've heard that this is his way to strengthen his demonic power. I guess through child sacrificing a child, meeting some sort of quota. Man, listen, I believe in spiritual warfare, and I believe that could be possible. That could be possible, but we need more evidence. Come on. That could be very
this
possible.
Next part specifically God wanted me to talk about,
she slipped some pills. You feel me? Yo,
corruption that is in the church, and how so many of the leaders, so many of the volunteers know exactly what is going on. There's quite a few that don't know and are confused, but that there is actually a lot of people that are leading, especially those who serve him on a daily basis, those who have been with him for years, know exactly all the things that he is doing, all the things that he has hidden, all the deception, the manipulation, all the girlfriends that he has had. A lot of them know exactly what is happening and exactly what is taking place.
All right. Just a few to list. Okay, so these are all the people that know that she's there. Jeremiah, Tyron, Lee, JT, Beanie, Chase, Van, Love Doctor. You know, all these people have came into contact with her and knows that she's existing in his life. Let's continue. Boom. All right. Many women have reached out to me privately about the guys that are in his camp, and you know who you are. Listen, all these private reaching out. Y'all need to start. Some of y'all need to come out and start speaking up. Y'all need to support this sister. If y'all gonna be sitting here reaching out to her and fueling the flames, fanning the flames over there, y'all need to come and talk about y'all own experience so y'all can be able to back her up. Because right now she's just out here solo. You know what I mean? Let's keep it going. That's some weak ass shit. You on behind the scenes type shit. Come on, bro. Come on out and talk about it.
But they hide everything for him, and they all have this mindset of he can do no wrong. They all have this mindset that whatever he says, it's true, and that it's impossible for him to lie, or it's impossible for him to have.
Doesn't that sound familiar, y'all? It sounds very familiar. It sounds very cult-like. I think we've heard this before, y'all. I think we've heard this before. You already know who I'm talking about. Yeah, it sounds oddly familiar. It sounds real cult-like. Let's continue. Boom, boom, boom. Come on now.
Have any lust, which some of these things are things that I've actually heard out of people's mouths. Everyone covers up for him. Everyone agrees with him. They're honestly like puppets on a string. They do everything and anything that he says. They're all like yes men. I mean, and whether they realize it or not, they have made this man a god because he claims to experience God in a different way, because he speaks on his relationship with the Lord, that he hears God, that he can hear anything that he wants to, that he can see anything that he wants to, that he ascends and goes into heaven, that he has these physical encounters with the Lord Jesus.
That he ascends and goes to heaven.
What? Cap.
He ascends and goes to heaven. Only person that I know that can ascend and go to heaven is Satan. Because wasn't Satan up there chopping it up with the Most High about Job and saying what they should do to test Job? Satan was up there chopping it up with y'all, like just talking to, yeah, man, I know your homie Job down there. You feel me? He out there doing his thing. You feel what I'm saying? But, you know, he out here bugging and thugging and all that, you know, but I really want to see if he really about it. I want to know if Job really on that type of time, if he really truly standing on some business. You understand what I'm saying? Is he really truly standing on business? And y'all is like, listen, we're gonna go ahead. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send a lying spirit onto him. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna send a lying spirit on the Job. We're gonna test him. The only person that I know can ascend to Shemayim, to glory, to heaven, is Satan, if I'm not mistaken. Who can go up there, who can kick it, kick the bobos, shoot the shit with the Most High Yah. My first wife, mother, claimed she was responsible for my sister miscarriage. Oh, that's wild. My woman then told me she did the same thing to her uncle's wife. Wow, candle burning magic, they claim. Yeah, that's wild. LOL. Yeah. You already know it, brother. Big Cat. Dead giveaway. Yeah, it's time to get the hell on up out of there. What? Come on now. Project sounds like a high-level warlock. Absolutely. Some warlock shit. I don't know what they thought he was on. Seen this people do this sort of thing for decades, since the last 70s, right? Since the late 70s. They're special, have some inside special sort of thing. Others don't, you know what I'm saying? Some inside revelation, etc. Yeah, bro. Absolutely. Strong delusion. Yeah, you right on point with that. He got some sort of whatever. You can't fool with this dude. Let's continue though. He does a war.
Because of all these things, everybody's mind is so clouded and just in awe of the things that he's speaking to them. And as I was once involved, I believed. I mean, like, I thought everything was just so fascinating. I genuinely thought that he was having all these encounters in face-to-face, experiences with the Lord Jesus. But what I've come to realize is that God had not only revealed to me the truth, but he also revealed to me that somebody that has these face-to-face encounters with me would not be acting in the way that he has. They would not be doing the things that they're doing behind closed doors. Outside, he's a sheep, but on the inside, he's actually a wolf. I do want to mention as well that those leaders and those elders that are involved with this man that have continued to know about the things that he is doing behind closed doors and off the stage, you also will be accounted for as well. And the same blood that is on his hands are also on your hands.
Come on with it. Encore, one of the teachers there, has slowly been teaching against Lovy's teachings. Okay, we'll look this guy up. I don't know if this is because he is fighting from inside against the script, against the structure. There are, if it's just an act. You have to be careful there. You have to be careful there on who you open up to, because people will speak against him, then get scared and go report your conversations to him. Absolutely. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
There are so many spiritual sons that are literally following his lead. I mean, so many of them treat their wives the way that he treats.
Actually leading spiritual children astray into sin, as they all look up to him. Absolutely. This is the stupidest thing that I've noticed, is that nobody, when, like I said, the destruction of the mind is the loss of autonomy. Once the mind loses its autonomy, it's slated for destruction. The destruction of the mind is the loss of autonomy. Being able to make a decision, being able to think freely, think on your own terms, think for self. You understand what I'm saying? When you're in this state and you're just completely divulged and completely committed, just blinded, you know what I mean? Like, and following blindly, not questioning anything, you are literally slated for destruction. What does the Most High say? He said, what? My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge, because they reject knowledge, and therefore I shall reject them. This is a form of rejecting knowledge, seeing the warning signs, seeing the signals, and you decide to ignore. And you see that her destruction that came upon her, now she has to speak out against it. This is just what it is. This is just how it goes, y'all. Let's continue. Let's finish this thing out.
His wife, many of them have also even tried to talk to single women in the church, but are in full-blown marriages and relationships.
Lovy has also been with married women. Okay, there. Lovy has also slept with married women there. 2 have been caught, and their husbands have threatened to speak out. So he, she's claiming that he is an adulteress. All right. He's sleeping with other men's wives. Listen, this is cult behavior, y'all. This is cult 101. This is exactly right up my alley. Listen, this is what I want. This is what I come for. Is false prophets, false teachers who think that they something that they's not, that the Most High truly didn't call, who are in full of sin, who are engulfed in sin. And it's our job to call these things out. You know why I say that? Here, let me tell you something here. The reason why I say this is because the scriptures tell us to, and we're going to get into why I'm telling you this now. When we're witnessing things like this, we have to be in defense of the individuals who need our help, who are in need, right, of the poor, the ones who have the gospel preached to them. This is Proverbs 31:9. That we should all lift up our voice, use our voice, speak. You understand what I'm saying? And to judge righteously. That's what we're all tasked to do, and defend those who are in need. Defend the needy, defend the poor. You understand what I'm saying? That's just one scripture. We're going to get into a couple more before, anything, but yes, absolutely. So she claims that he's an adulterer, that he slept with other men's wives. And these men have threatened to come out and expose him, which they definitely should. We're going to get into why they should. You understand what I'm saying? They definitely should. In fact, we're going to get into why they should now. We're going to move on to the next topic, because I believe we can stop here. If you want to watch the rest of the video, you can definitely go check it out on her channel. It's only like 4 minutes left in this thing. I'm not going to care to finish it out. But these things are receipts right here. Telling us about this whole thing with adultery. You understand what I'm saying? That's a receipt. And these men have a woe on them. The men who allowed this to happen to their wife, right, and did not come out and speak out, man, they got some blood that is going to be on their hands if they don't. Let's go ahead and go to Ezekiel. We're going to go to Ezekiel 3:18, y'all. We're going to go to Ezekiel 3:18. Ezekiel 3:18 as to why. Listen, I'm going to keep talking about some of this wicked ass shit that's going on out here in these cults. In these cults, I'm gonna keep exposing it because the Yah is not gonna want nothing different. The moment you find out about some wickedness, you need to be talking about it, right? Ezekiel 3:18. Listen, Ezekiel says what? That the Most High said what? When I say unto the wicked, when I say unto wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning, right? When he tells a man that he shall surely die, he gives them, and then you don't warn him, okay? Nor speakest to warn the wicked from his wicked way, right? Nor you don't say anything to this man about his wickedness, right? To save his life, right? Much like a lot of these individuals are doing that Straitway, much like a lot of these individuals were doing with these false prophets out here who are committing adultery, who are in fornication, right? And not speaking up, but continuing to follow them blindly, right? They're not giving them warning in his wicked ways. He's been warned multiple times. You understand what I'm saying? And they're not saying nothing to him. To save his life is the reason why, right? To preserve his integrity, to preserve his life, to preserve his whatever, his persona, his public image. You understand what I'm saying? To preserve your image of him, to preserve the way that you see this man. You don't tell him about himself. You don't receive the information. My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge because they reject it. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why you're trying to save him. You're trying to save his life. The same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will require at thine hands, meaning his blood will be on your hands, meaning you're going to be judged as well for not speaking up against this iniquity, for not speaking up against this man who's committing all this unrighteousness and wickedness. And as long as the Most High will continue to put breath in your body, and if he don't tell you to stop speaking up against it, then you need to continue to speak. You need to keep saying what you got to say, because what did Moses do? Moses did not stop at one admonishment. Moses did not stop at two admonishments. Moses just kept going back. He kept going back. He kept going back until he can get the Pharaoh to let the people go. And he kept showing signs. He kept showing the sign. Most High is the one that's in charge here. Most High is the one who's fully in charge, who want this to happen, who desires for the people, for the Israelites to be set free. And if you continue, he did not stop. He kept going until they were set free and free indeed. You understand what I'm saying? But if you do not warn those who are in sin or in the wickedness, and they've been warned, and the Most High has put a woe on them, has told them about their wickedness, and they shall surely die, and you don't warn them, then you will also, that iniquity, that sin will be required at your hands. You're going to be judged based on that. We're going to go down one more. Yet thou warn the wicked, and he turned not away from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way. He shall die in his iniquity, but thou hast delivered thine soul. You delivered yourself because you warned them. And the individuals who don't want to come out and speak against the wickedness that's going on in Straitway, who don't want to come out and speak against the wickedness that's going on in the rest of these congregations, these cults, and the rest of this stuff, who wants to, I want to walk away and I want to leave silently. There's a woe on you. There's a woe on you for not giving your testimony. And I'm going to be here to say it now. I'm going to be here to say it to you right now, whether you like it or not. You understand what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you right now, there's a woe on you for not giving your testimony based on what you've been through, based on what the Most High has already slated for you to do. He gave you the experience so you come and do what? So you can talk about it, so you can warn others. If there's a snake in the grass and you walk past that and say, and don't even warn nobody that there's a snake there, and that snake goes and bite the next man or woman, what blood is on your hands? You understand what I'm saying? What blood is on your hands? And you can be mad all day long.
And I'm gonna stand on that. Okay. And they can get in my DM. You can get in my DM all you want every day.
I don't listen. That don't makes no difference to me, because me warning you right now is me being sure that there's no blood on my hands. You understand me? Speak up against the unrighteousness, the wickedness. You see, Ezekiel has said that. Listen, it applies to you too. You understand me? It applies to you too. If you do not speak up against the wickedness, the iniquities of these men, right? That blood should be required at thine hands. And guess what? The message is not going to sound pretty. The message ain't going to be clean cut. It's not going to be polished. It's not going to sound beautiful. It's not going to make you feel good. Because that's not how he wants to deliver it. Let's continue to read this. Again, when a righteous man, what? Doeth turn from his righteousness. This is Ezekiel, right? We going down. One more. Ezekiel 3:20. Again, when a righteous man doeth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him. Who's laying that stumbling block, y'all? Who's laying the stumbling block before this righteous man? The Most High Yah is putting that stumbling block before him. You understand me? He shall die. That righteous man shall die. You understand me? Because thou hast not given him warning. He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness, which he have done, right, shall not be remembered. Shall not be remembered. I don't give a damn what you do, Dow. I could care goddamn less what you do, what you feel your righteousness is. But in your stumbling block and your iniquities that the Most High Yah has sent you, if you die in that sin, your righteousness will not be remembered. There will be no remembrance of that righteousness here on this earth. Anybody who's done anything righteous, can you remember their name? Malcolm X, he has done a lot of righteousness. Huey P. Newton, done a lot of righteousness. You still remember their names. Jesus, our Messiah, you still remember his name. The most famous of them all, the most well-known of them all globally. Your righteousness will not be remembered. All right, let's continue to read. But his blood will be required at thine hands. Whoever's not speaking up, whoever's not speaking on this once righteous man who's turned away and started to commit his iniquities, and y'all placed that stumbling block upon him. I believe that in form of a woman, in form of women. Nelly, a married woman. Summer, a woman who's betrothed to another man. Stumbling block after stumbling block. A sister who's just newly a widow who got a nice little lump sum of cash. Oh, I better get my hands on that money. Stumbling block. Oh, they want to build me a mansion. Stumbling block. Stumbling block after stumbling block after stumbling block. But that blood will be what? Required at thine hands. You're going to have to testify to that. You're going to have to answer to that. Not me. You can just be mad at me. You can just jump in my DM.
And I'm going to stand on that. Okay. And they can get in my DM. You can get in my DM all you want every day.
That don't make no difference to me. You understand me? Nevertheless, if thou warn the righteous man that the righteous sin not, warn the righteous man that the righteous, if you're righteous, thou, if you're righteous, Lovy, if you're righteous, anyone else out here who trying to make themselves to be something that they not, a false prophet, a false teacher, a false pastor, false leader, if you're truly righteous, you understand what I'm saying? Then you're not supposed to sin. You're supposed to sin not. You're not supposed to do things that will offend your brother, that you're going to keep an idol before him. If that looks, anything resembles an idol, what are you supposed to do? Get rid of that thing. Well, what are you doing? You call it something different. You label it a fork instead of a trident. That's what you do. You know what I'm saying? You find ways to dance around the topic of sin. That's what you do. You find ways to dance around the topic of sin, and you want to call it a fork instead of a trident.
And then the Ninth Ranger, the Trident Frogman. The Trident Frogman. The Trident Frogman.
What? What?
Shout out, bro Nick. Listen, you want to dance around it. Make it seem as though it's okay when it's not. And I see how you are now, your persona, the way you come off as though you're supposed to be humble. We just dropped a whole video. I'm sure a lot of y'all caught the video. You understand what I'm saying? The final judgment. The judgment is final. You understand me? My thing is this. You see him for years. You see Dow, you understand me, for years. Starting shit, talking about people's wives. You understand what I'm saying? Taking people's wives. Doing all this wickedness. Not holding up no beef. Not trying to avoid or make peace with nobody. You seen him on a tirade. You seen him on a vendetta. You understand what I'm saying? Against any individual he feels wants to come in his path. He starts that shit. Talks that shit. You understand what I'm saying? Pops off at the mouth. And then when it comes to him being judged for all of that shit he was talking, and somebody comes at him and starts running his shit up, running him through the mud, talking that shit, popping that shit with him, all of a sudden now he a victim. All of a sudden now he want to back down. All of a sudden now it's a problem. Oh, I want to sue. Oh, defamation of character is different. What about all that shit you was talking about the Watchmen? All that shit you was talking about Yaki? All that shit you was talking about many more, about Pastor Rufus? All of these individuals from all the way back when. You've been talking shit, Dow. You've been running your mouth, Dow. You've been doing all this shit for years, Dow. Now that the measure has been met on you and you're getting your measure met, all of a sudden now it's a problem. Your pride is hurt. Your ego is lost. You're down now. All of a sudden now, oh, I don't care. All of a sudden now, because you can't compete. You cannot compete with the truth. You cannot compete with rebuke, with reprove. You understand what I'm saying? And you're talking about love. I've been loving on you for the past few months, Dow, and many more have been. For the few months been loving on you. You understand what I'm saying? Warning what? The man who seems to be righteous of his sin. Nevertheless, if thou warn the righteous man that the righteous sin not, right? That the righteous does not sin. You say you righteous, thou, but the righteous sin not, bro. The righteous sin not, homie. You feel me? The righteous sin not. And he doeth not sin, he shall surely live. I'm trying to make sure you live. Do you understand that? Is it getting through your thick ass skull that people out here are actually trying to see you live instead of die? So you won't die in your iniquities. So you won't die in your sin. So you can take accountability. But you still stuck with this broom up your ass, still so stuck on this Jezebel spirit to where you can't receive and take and hold accountability that you won't even recognize that people want to see you live because of what? Because he is what? Warned. Because he has been warned. It didn't tell us how many times we need to warn him. Just like I said, Moses came back how many times to warn Pharaoh? How many times before he lost his firstborn son? How many times did he come and talk to him? How many times did he have to kick it with him? Hey, bro, listen, check this out. We need the people go. You need to let the people go, bro. If you don't let them go, shit gonna get worse. Until he lost his firstborn son, then finally there he is, lowly. Until you lose your pride, there you are. Now you want to be lowly. Now you want to try to humble yourself. It's because you can't compete. It's just because you can't compete. You cannot compete. Your sins are being measured back right onto you. Your cup overflowed with all this beef and animosity and discord amongst the brethren. You understand what I'm saying? Disobedience to the Messiah who told you to go directly to your brother Yaki and tell him what his iniquities was. You understand what I'm saying? You chose not to. You chose not to. And many more you've done that too. Now when the measure is being met upon you, what do? Run like a bitch. Run scared. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing with Geno Jennings, calling him a bitch, calling him a devil, four-tongued serpent. Next thing you know, he's a man of Yah. Ridiculous. Hypocrisy. You understand what I'm saying? And what do you tell people, right? You take that war to them and you don't apologize. You show no more mercy, right? You show no mercy and you don't apologize for it. Well, damn, man, you getting that shit handed to you, man. What's going on? What happened? What happened, man? Listen, we're going to go ahead and listen. Let me get some rams in the chat for me, please, for all my righteous alpha man. We're going to go ahead and drop this clip real quick. We got a behind the scenes. You already know. Listen, we did some research. We did some investigations. And we got some behind the scenes footage. If y'all ready to see this footage, y'all, drop a ram in the chat for all my men, my righteous alpha men. Drop a sheep in the chat for all my elegant women who are exceptional. Drop it in the chat. We're gonna go ahead and get this clip. I got a couple of them for y'all today, man. I'm gonna play them joints back to back. You understand what I'm saying? Because we're gonna get this thing rocking and rolling, man. We don't got time for the nonsense. We don't got time for the games. We got things that we need to go ahead and handle about this. Boom. Bless you, brother. Man, bless you, man. Much love to you. Salute, my brother, man. Righteous brother. Bless you. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for the support. I see the rams. I see the sheep. You understand what I'm saying? Hallelujah. Do the research clip. The research clip. Research clip. Let me think about that for a sec, because I got to figure out. All right, we got rams. We got sheep in the chat. Let's go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it. You understand? Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up. Please share this video. Let's go. All right, here's the first one right here, y'all. Here's the first one right here. Let's go.
Play my shit. Play my shit! Play his shit. Shit!
Turn your ass up, boy. Man, listen, I'm on your neck. Keep talking if you want to, Dial. Keep talking. Keep talking. You just gonna continue to be upset, man. You just gonna keep getting pissed off. Talking about some, oh, I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue you. Ah, da, 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 da. You know?
Play my shit. Play my shit! Play his shit. Shit!
Listen, not only that, man. Listen, we got some research in. I'm trying to tell you, my team over at Discord, listen, the Discord app, man, y'all better come join us over there. I promise you, we go hard. We get some of the best information. Listen, we do deep dives, you know, real deep dives. And it came across that we had a few things, a bit of information on Dial. Listen, we had to ask him a few questions. We had research. Now I know what you're talking about, Brother Odell. How did you know? How the hell did you know? You understand what I'm saying? We did the research, man. We had our questions lined up and ready to rock and roll. Listen, we're going to go ahead and ask him some questions. This is what we got out of this interview. All right? This interview with Dial. Y'all better listen closely, man. This shit is about to get crazy.
These are filed complaints about
Down.
This is a Bible, isn't it?
Called the cops on his own artists because in a song they said they were strapped.
Damn right.
Walks around the building squeezing everybody's ass, guys and girls.
Well, I can't see which direction I'm looking at, so I don't know what to answer to that.
Drinks Hennessy during the day and brushes it off by saying it's just Flint water.
Good man.
Listen, we don't want to go all in.
Fuck that shit. Get that fucking thing out of here, man. We don't need that shit. Hey, man, it's me, you, and Fatso, man.
Oh, come on.
Let's fuck out of here.
Two skinny guys and a fat guy.
We're telling the truth, huh?
Come on now. This a bit of satire. Y'all. This a bit of satire. Listen, Got to throw a couple of jokey jokes in there. You understand what I'm saying? My thing is this, right? Is that the moment we see all of this, we got to call BS. You understand what I'm saying? We got to call the BS out. I think I got another clip here. Let me see exactly what we got.
Oh,
Let me
man.
see.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Not again.
Which is good. It's your job to people out there that takes issue with Pastor Dowell and what I'm preaching and teaching. It's your job to go do your due diligence to prove all things and to hold fast to that which is good.
I learned it from William Wesley. You can never check it. Back it back for the niggas that didn't get the message.
Straitway Georgia's been disbanded, but we have a smaller community now down there in Straitway, Georgia. And out of which Brother Vernon is running that community. So we have that one. We still have Straitway, Georgia East, which Brother Jerusalem and them finally his family got there. And so now we got two families down there on that land that to take care of that 5 acres of land down there. And then we have Straitway, Alabama, Brother Jonathan.
Back to back like I'm on the cover of Lethal Weapon. Back to back like I'm Jordan 96, 97. Whoa.
For us, the Straitway is going really, really well.
Very important and very pretentious. When I look back, I might be mad that I gave this attention.
It's good to know that Straitway, Michigan is still with the ministry, unlike what we heard, but he's still with the ministry. I'll be talking to all of the Straitway, Straitway, Michigan. I'll be talking to all the Straitway, Michigan sometime soon here on a conference call. Glory to the King.
Yeah, but it's weighing heavy on my conscience. Yeah, and fuck you left it for no options.
Listen, I want to see you going insane. You understand what I'm saying? Because you done made me step out of my damn frame. My thing is this, right? Is that there's so much that we need to address in this. And, you know, despite the passion and the zeal that I have about trying to warn you down and trying to get it through to your thick ass skull, knock you down a couple notches so people won't see you in this high lofty position. Listen, my thing is this, right? That's the only approach we can take. That's the only step and measures we can make is to knock you down a couple pegs, humble you. You understand me? Because we can't humble you, then you can't hear shit. And if you're saying that you're going to meet with Michigan in regards to talking to them about whatever you guys are going to talk about, then listen, that's a great positive step toward the right direction. Now what we need to do is step in the right direction for the individuals you've done wrong to and repenting to them. You understand what I'm saying? Clearing that slate, starting with Pastor Rufus. Not too sure what y'all going to discuss in Michigan. Last I heard, Michigan was out. It's news to me. It's news to me. You understand what I'm saying? But my thing is that I'm looking forward to you guys meeting. I would love to hear about it, even though we probably not going to hear nothing about it because, you know, I don't think that you like to answer for nothing. It'd be good. It'd be good to see what comes about, what the goal truly is with this meeting, with this conversation. But it shows a level of, okay, you know what? Maybe I better humble myself. Now, we're going to go into another scripture, y'all, because you know what? My thing is this, right? To drive the point home. This. I went to the Old Testament. You know, I went to Ezekiel, who warned the individuals who won't speak up against wickedness from men who supposedly supposed to be righteous and warning them against it, right? To save their life. You understand what I'm saying? You will also be what? Held fully accountable for not doing so. You know? We're going to go on. We're going to hit the New Testament. We're going to see what our beloved brother Paul has written in regards to the same matter. You understand me? In regards to the same matter. And my thing is that this is what's going to be going down all 2025. Listen, definitely here for it. I really hope that I'm being heard. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey, boy. Am I talking too fast for you or something?
Am I talking too fast for you? Because I can slow it down, Dow. If I'm talking too fast, you can't really keep up. I can slow it down. You understand me?
Hey, boy. Am I talking too fast for you or something?
Man, let's go. Let's go ahead and share the screen with you guys. We're going to go into this next one right now. Listen, Let's get it. Let's get it. Romans 1:18. You understand what I'm saying? Unbelief and its consequences. Unbelief and its consequences. For the wrath of Yah, okay, the wrath of Yah is revealed from the heaven against the ungodliness, right? Against the ungodliness and the unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness, okay? Who hold the truth in unrighteousness. The individual men who hold the truth, who wield the truth in unrighteousness. Come out of her, my people, and be ye separate and come out from among them. You understand what I'm saying? And you shall be my people, and I shall be your Yah. Sell all you have and give it to Thou, who holds the truth in unrighteousness. And by the time you leave that community, if you decide you do not want to be there any longer, what do you leave with? Nothing. You leave with nothing. You leave empty-handed. You leave broken. You leave challenged. You leave angry. And just like we saw the video earlier of a man who blamed the Most High Yah for his home being burnt down while his neighbor home was in pristine conditions. I see why his home was burnt down, because he's a selfish ass pig as well. Selfish, self-centered. He didn't even say, you know what? I'm grateful that this man was able to preserve his home. Selfish ass. Thou, selfish, self-centered. A man has to leave your land with his family in a U-Haul truck, and he came all the way from Germany. How selfish and self-centered can you be? And butthurt and bitter. Wickedness on a high level. You understand me? That is wicked as hell. A man that came all the way from Germany, gave you all of his assets, everything he sold, he gave you all his money. And you denied him of the very thing that he gave you for free. Freely you give, freely you receive, freely you shall give. Why wouldn't you be sure that that man was straight? You understand me? Like, why not? Man, shout out Brother Ray. You understand what I'm saying? Why wouldn't you be sure that he was straight? Coming all the way from Germany, leaving in a U-Haul truck with his family. He didn't have nowhere to go. You understand what I'm saying? That's just wicked as hell. Let's continue. Because that which may be known of Yah is manifest in them. For Yah have what? Sold it unto them. Because Yah has done what? For Yah have sold it unto them. For Yah have sold it, showed it unto them. He showed it to them. You understand what I'm saying? For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his internal power and Godhead, so that they are what? Without excuse. Okay, so they cannot have and hold any excuses, because that when they knew Yah, they glorified him not as Yah, neither were thankful, but because vain in their what? Imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. And their foolish heart was darkened, professing themselves to be what? Wise. Professing themselves to be wise. They became fools. Professing themselves to be righteous, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. What are we seeing today? False prophet Lovy, professing himself to be somebody who's all-knowing, who holds wisdom. Dow, Charles Jr., professing themselves to be what? Professing himself to be wise. Has become a fool who wants to die in his iniquity. Why would you want to do that? Who wants to see somebody who's trying to warn him of sin and put them out of a ministry? Who wants to see other individuals who's trying to warn him of sin and say that they're an enemy to him? I would claim that this man's an enemy to me if he's telling me to go out here and commit sin. We trying to tell your ass to stop sinning. How is that an enemy? The enemy is the individuals that's around you, that's in your camp, that's telling you absolutely nothing about yourself. That's your true enemy. That is your enemy, because they care only what you can do for them and not what they can do to you or for you. That's the only thing they care about, is what you can do for them, what status you can give them, what woman you can give them, what funds, what support you can give them, how much they can be able to sell to the saints, how much they can be able to do A, B, and C for the saints, how much of a man they can prove themselves to be amongst foolish men who profess and claim themselves to be wise, but have become foolish. That's what you're witnessing right now. That is your true enemy, Dow. That is your true enemy. Your opposition is the ones who are keeping their mouth shut, are the ones who hate you. Those are the ones who don't want to see you live. They're the ones who don't want to see you succeed or make it to the kingdom. They're the ones who want to prove that you're not a righteous man, that you claim to be righteous, but you're operating in unrighteousness by forcing a man out in less than 24 hours with his entire family, moving all the way across the pond from Germany in a U-Haul truck, giving you thousands of dollars of his own assets that he sold, and you didn't give a damn to give him at least a penny. It's evil. It's like when you go and talk to Satan and Satan tells you, hey, I got this a beautiful, amazing lifestyle you can live. You can just come here. You can plant. You guys can live on the land, on the grounds, this, that, and the third. And you go and you sign the contract. You sign a deal with the devil. And by the end of this contract and the end of this deal, you get the short end of the stick. You get the boot in the ass. You get literally screwed. You and your whole family. How does your wife trust you after you've made this decision for your family to move all the way from Germany to a cult and have to leave in a U-Haul truck? That's got to be a strong woman to be able to see that level of failure and recoup, and to not judge this man for that very poor choice and decision. The only reason why it was an extremely poor choice and decision is because he sell off all his assets and got nothing in return. Not even a I love you, brother. Not even y'all speed, brother. Not even I appreciate you at least giving it a shot, brother. Here's something else you can be able to leave and depart with. We want to pay for your flight back home. We want to make sure you make it safely back home. We want to make sure we put a line in your pockets and make sure you good and make it back over to Germany if that's what you wish to do. Not even that. Didn't even afford him to get that. He couldn't even sell off all his assets and get and give you thousands of dollars for compassion, for sympathy. He couldn't even get that from you. He couldn't even pay for it. How sad is that? How sad is that? It's extremely sad, right? We're worrying. And change the glory of the uncorruptible Yah into a image made like to what? Corruptible man. So you change the glory of the what? Uncorruptible Elohim, the uncorruptible, the Alpha and Omega, into an image made like a corruptible man. You understand what I'm saying? You change the image. Oh, he'll be just fine with this. No, this ain't adultery. Yeah. I just had her divorce her husband because I've been in her ear. I've been spitting in her ear. He been out there trying to grind and make sure he made a path for his family. He asked me if the family can stay on the land. I told him, yeah, that's fine. You know what I mean? Knowing what the mission was, knowing what the goal was, knowing what the real true vision was to do what? To set it up for his family. So they won't have to worry about being unstable. Then what you do? Oh, well, then he started dealing with this other woman, you see? And I started noticing that he was dealing with another woman, even though you're a polygynist. You hypocrite. Oh, he started dealing with this other woman, you see? And then so when he started dealing with this other sister, we decided, I just decided to tell her to divorce him. I'll take you on. Man, she been rubbing your feet, rubbing your back, all up in your house, all up in your bed, before you even got her to really effectively do that. You understand what I'm saying? She was in your house rubbing your feet. This was premeditated. This was premeditated. This was calculated. You were plotting and planning this from the beginning. You understand what I'm saying? It just so happened that he needed something, and you provided that need, which made it simple for you to exercise your will. What a devil. Turning the image, and then he's supposed to be okay with this. And the Most High Yah is supposed to see this and be just fine with this. He's supposed to see this, and then he's supposed to tell me, right, to speak on this matter, but be kind. Oh, just don't say anything to offend him. Don't say anything that's too offensive, that may provoke some sort of level of change or humility within him. He's going to tell me to come to you and to be kind to you. No, I don't believe that that's what he wants from me. I believe he wants me to rebuke the shit out of you, the fire, the living hell out of you. You understand what I'm saying? Like you've done for many years to other individuals, back to back to back to back, beefing. You understand what I'm saying? Back to back to back beef. Since you started YouTube and you started to get some form of popularity, you start beefing. You start going at people. The legacy of your ministry is you beefing. That's the legacy of your ministry. You've garnered many men. You've attracted many men because you spoke what? With strength, with power, because you were beefing with all over the net. Constantly. Wouldn't put it down. It got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Drawing yourself on many enemies, many oppositions. And then claim that it's because you follow the Messiah that they hate you. It's because you follow the Messiah that they're trying to love on you and tell you your iniquity and tell you your sin, your transgression. That's the reason why you hear from them. If you didn't follow Yahshua, if you didn't follow the Messiah, no one would give a shit. But look how many people you've garnered upon yourself. Look how many souls. Look how many spirits you're going to be taken to hell with you. That in itself is worth every penny to destroy you in every way that possibly can be done, to bring you down as low as you possibly can be. So individuals who see you down will see a small, tiny piece of shit that you've always been. So they won't be led into the eternal damnation. Their souls won't be trapped and won't be locked in an ungodly soul tie with a man who's slated, because he will not repent. He won't turn away from his wicked ways. He's justifying it, using the uncorruptible Yah and giving him an image of a corruptible man. Oh yeah, he would agree with this. He's fine with this. This is totally okay. There's no reason for me to question this. There's no reason for me to have to bring this before the congregation. There's no reason for me to have to even discuss this before anyone, any mere mortal, mechanical, meticulous man. I am above them. I am him. I, me. You are, right? You're the I am, right? I think you've been shown. I think the point has been totally, completely proven that you are not. You understand what I'm saying? Humility, sir, right? And it's always what? A boast and a brag. Oh, anybody can tell you that I'm meek. I'm not like how I am on the internet. I'm meek. No, you truly a bitch in person. Honestly, that's obvious. You understand what I'm saying? You do all this conflicting, right? You do all this shit talking on the net, but when it comes to face-to-face confrontation, what? You won't bust a goddamn grape. And that's just point proven. Point proven. You understand what I'm saying? all that shit just talk for hype. Garnering positions of men, right? But really, in a real firefight, what you gonna do? You was a soldier. You was a simple communication soldier in the army. You didn't even see battle. You didn't even see the battlefield. You didn't. Your boots didn't even hit the ground in the battle. You understand what I'm saying? But you got some real killers around you now, huh, Dow? So that make you a bad mofo, don't it? That make you a bad mofo because you got some true killers around you now, huh? In a Gideon, you got a true killer around you. You got a killer around you, huh? Somebody who's seen battle, who's been shot, who understands how that shit works. So now you a bad motherfucker. You bad, boy. You bad now. You bad. You bad.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you something. We don't care. Jerry.
None of that matters, Dow. None of it matters. Let's continue, man. Listen, turning the uncorruptible image of the Most High Yah into a corruptible image of man, and to birds, and to four-footed beast, right? And creeping things. Sad. That's exactly effectively what you've been doing. Wherefore Yah also gave them up to uncleanliness, though the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies that between themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Who changed the truth of Yah into lies. Who changed the truth of Yah into lies. Sell all you have and give it to Dow. Yahshua said, sell all that you have and give it to the poor. The poor are the ones who have the gospel preached to them. Every dime that you get of these people's assets should be going to the poor, to the congregation. And who's the poor? The person who gave you the assets, the person who gave you all of this money. That's the individual who had the gospel preached to them. What should you have done, Dow? Set them up on their own platform, on their own way of reaping inheritance, of a cushion. Understanding and knowing that they would definitely need it. You effectively would have done what? You'd have kept the word of the Messiah and gave it to the poor. Well, what did you do? You heaped it upon yourself. Built yourself a mansion, on the hill, overlooking the pond, right? With the Polaris out front. That's what you did. Paid for yourself a nice souped up truck, $90,000, $90K. You don't believe in debt, so how'd you get it? Cash, right? Saints money. Being taken advantage of. Who changed the truth of Yah into lie, right? Into a lie. And worshiped and served the creator more than the creature who served the creature more than the creator. Who served the creature more than the creator, who is blessed forever, right? Hallelujah. Who is blessed, the creator is blessed forever. Hallelujah. Serving the creature more than the creator. When you sit and you bow with your weak ass, Jordan Slamy, when you bow to a creature, you serving this creature, huh? And I argue this, I will definitely submit this, that you are serving him more than you're serving the creator. And thinking in hopes that your servitude to this creature will gain you the kingdom based on you being seen as being humble. He's so humble. Look at him. He's serving a creature. He's so humble. Your weak ass. Peter came to that man and that man bowed to Peter. And what Peter do? He said, no, get up. I'm just a man. I'm just a man. That is not our culture, Jordan Slamy. That is Nigerian culture to bow to another man. That's Nigerian culture. That's not Hebrew culture. What is Kabir? He's a Hamite. He's a Nigerian. That is their culture. That is not our culture. The bending of the knee does not come in our culture. We are warriors. You understand what I'm saying? And I wish you would say that. I wouldn't say this in your face because I definitely would. And I itch for the opportunity to. You understand what I'm saying? I hope we get a chance to be able to meet. We set a date. We can actually come together in fellowship. I got a lot to say, not only to you, Dow, but the rest of your cronies. I have a hell of a lot to say. Just send the invitation, okay? That's all that really needs to be done at this point. Is you got to send out invitations. Y'all are the ones who don't want to accept any invitations to meet in person. You guys do not want to accept the invitations. Simple as that. Who is blessed forever. Hallelujah. Amen. Hallelujah. For this cause, Yah gave them up unto vile affections. Right? For even their women did change the nature, right? Did change the natural use into that which is against nature. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. You got a woman, Dow, who's running around on your land talking about that she's the neck that turns the head, that even their women did change the natural use that which is against nature. And likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lusts, one toward another, right? Men with men, working with which is unseemly, and what? Receiving in themselves that what? Recompense of their error, which was meat. This is speaking prophetically. What are the times we're in right now? You see this. You see this all happening. And then just because it says men upon men, men with men, rhetoric and speeches like, hey, don't listen to your wife, listen to me. That man's not your woman. That's not your wife. You understand what I'm saying? Don't listen to her. Listen to me. Don't worry about her. Worry about what I'm telling you. It is unseemly. You understand what I'm saying? That's unseemly as well. You should not. You should be promoting healthy communication within the marriage. Promoting healthy communication. You understand what I'm saying? Healthy communication. Receiving within themselves. And even as they did not like to retain Yah in their knowledge, Yah gave them over to a what? Reprobate mind, to do those things which are not. My thing is this, right? Is that once you're given over and you're completely blind and following and blind leading the blind, and you cannot be convinced no matter how much truth is truly presented to you in your face. It's a major problem. It's a major issue in society, in Israel, in the world, period. The destruction of the mind is loss of autonomy. That is the beginning of the destruction of the mind. Is the loss of the autonomy. That's when you get situations like this where there's thousands or hundreds of people being led astray into a pit of hell by a man who's deep within his iniquity, deep within his sin. What does he continually preach and teach to them? Obey, 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 submit, 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 obey, 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 no autonomy. You do not think for self. Don't talk to your woman. Don't go talk to your wife. You come talk to me. I am going to think for you, man. I have to have control over you, man. I have to do that for you. When there's clear instructions, you are not to rule over the people. You are not to lord over them. You are not to what? Turn them into handmaidens and bond servants. How does one person preach and teach something and effectively enforces it within his own community. Enforces being the people serving as a bondservant and handmaiden, losing all self-autonomy, can't even think for themselves, can't even manage their own self, can't make their own choices and decisions. How do we get to this point? How do we allow something like this to take place in our society, in our community, in the Israelite faith? It's the lack of love is the reason why. Identifying when someone is operating in a sinful manner and loving on them thoroughly. Well, guess what? Right now, I'm loving on you thoroughly. And you can continue to do what? Ignore the love. Ignore it. Shut your ears up from it. That's what you'll do. Being filled with the unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness. Well, we just went through a few things that's already been happening and taking place. Unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness. Both of these individuals who I'm speaking about right now has displayed all of these things. Maliceness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit. All of this stuff is very present. You understand what I'm saying? Malignity, whisperers, backbiters. You understand what I'm saying? Haters of Yah. Deceitful, proud, boasters. Look at my fruit, my fruit. Look at my fruit. Look at my fruit, y'all. Look what I'm able to do with these hands. Look at my hands. And look what I'm able to do. I'm doing this. This is my ministry. This is what I'm doing. Y'all need to give me more money. Y'all need to do this. Don't y'all want to see me flying and going to do my ministry all across seas? Don't y'all want to see that? Ain't I worthy of that? Well, why can't I reap the cardinal things? Well, why I can't have this? Well, why I can't have that? I. But in my situation personally, when I was suffering through some things, what did you decide to do, Dow? What was the choice you made? You chose not to be merciful. You chose to not be merciful. In fact, you chose to just put my private business all out there for everybody to hear. Had nothing to do with them. It didn't edify the body in any way. In fact, I think it was just a ploy to try to get my ex-wife to be able to stay with your congregation so you can marry her off to somebody else along with my daughter. You saw dollar signs in them. That's the reason why you outed that publicly. You wanted an opportunity to keep that woman in the ministry. Instead of trying to find ways, seek ways to repair, you sought to destroy and to sever and to separate. Didn't even offer any sort of what? Reciprocity. Didn't offer anything. You just blasted it. Was completely dead wrong in everything you said. Didn't even tell the truth when you were saying it. Didn't get all the facts, never even came and spoke to me about it. So you can be sure that you had all the facts square before you even tried to address the matter. You just blasted that shit. That's what you did. Backbiters, haters of Yah, deceitful, proud, boasters, investors of the evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, unmerciful, no mercy. What do you continuously say? We just made a video about it, right? When we're exposing cult-like behavior, and you're like, I will have no mercy. Unmerciful. I think we get the picture. I think that we fully get the picture here. And my thing is this. No matter what, if it's all 2025 long, that this has to be completely reaming your ass, dragging you through the filth whenever you speak up or try to speak on this situation, your best bet now is to close your mouth. If you don't want to meet in person, if you don't want to accept anybody's invitation, then you need to close your mouth. Shut your mouth. Don't say shit else about the situation. Don't even speak on it. Get back to what you believe that you should be doing. Focus on whatever flock you got left. You understand what I'm saying? The moment you start running your mouth again, talking about this and talking about that, oh, we had a great year this year. Oh, the death season has been wonderful. While you're 3,000 subscribers down on your YouTube channel, you understand what I'm saying? 3K down. You got people jumping and fleeing that sinking ship left and right. Literally, your ministry's on fire. Y'all see how this guy blinders. It's literally burning. Literally. And it's just going to get worse. Yah's not playing with you. He's going to continue to judge. He's going to continue to judge. The best thing you can do is do what? You said it once before, man, we got to just stop feeding. You got to stop saying, yeah, just shut the hell up. Stop talking about it. Shut your mouth. We hear you talking about it again. Listen, foot on neck. The best thing you to do is go and start talking positive. Be a prosperity preacher, pastor. Go talk positive. You understand what I'm saying? Go talk positive for once. You know what I mean? And at least do it all 2025 long. You understand what I'm saying? All year long. Just refrain from talking shit about anybody. You can't help yourself. You gotta beef. You gotta have problems. You can't help yourself. I want to see if you can be able to hold that all 2025. Covenant breakers talking about, oh, well, let's not do this for this many days and this many while you're still while you're doing it. Oh, we're gonna stop talking about it. Just don't talk about it. Blackout, blackout, blackout. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna let nobody run me off. I'm not gonna let nobody. Covenant breaker, breaking these covenants. The blackout was the best thing you could do. The blackout was the best thing. And you know what? I made that video, right? I went live and I ran your ass through the filth, and you came out and talk about a blackout. And the Most High told me, or the Holy Spirit told me after I was done with that live, and I put it on Discord, right? I went to the Discord app. I ran over there real quick, talked about it on there. Was like, look, as soon as you drop that first one, I said, yeah, he's going to be dropping some more. The Holy Spirit told me he's going to be dropping a little bit more. We need to sit back and listen, and told me not to say nothing until he's done dropping what he's dropping, all these videos he's putting out. That was the first video he put out. But right when I was done with that live stream, the Holy Spirit told me he's going to start making videos. He's going to start saying shit that's a bunch of lies. You wait till he done, then you speak on what he's talking about. That's exactly what happened. As soon as I was done with that, after this was supposed to be like a blackout, it wasn't supposed to be saying shit. Wasn't supposed to be doing no more videos. I'm thinking, shit, he slowed up quite a bit. Bro came out and started and dropped at least 5 or 6 of them joints, full of lies, running in his mouth. You understand what I'm saying? It pays to be obedient to the Holy Spirit. It just, you got to train yourself to be, consistent in that. Because sometimes when I don't listen, shit just don't really work out. So you got to train yourself to be consistent in that. But yeah, y'all called it. The Most High called it. The Holy Spirit called it. And they just delivered the message. He's going to continue to talk. He's going to continue to speak. Just let him say what he got to say. Listen in. Wait. Yeah, I put that on Discord. I said that. I said that before he even kept dropping his videos. Oh, man, my bad. The storm is at the gate. I'm over here now. I'm checking on y'all, man. I'm checking on y'all. I'm just like, blinders was on, yo. Blinders was up. Listen, my thing is that we are not looking to continue to allow you to think that this behavior that you're displaying is okay. We're not going to continue to allow you to believe that all of this beefing, all of this extra shit you've been doing for all these years, right? Of doing it, of constantly pursuing conflict, constantly pursuing discord, constantly pursuing a way to do what? To take something from someone, to give yourself a leg up, right? And then try to hide your hands while doing so. You very well seen. And all of you who actually see the wickedness, know that he's done unrighteousness and have not spoken on that. Listen, my thing is this, right? I've warned you. I've come out and said something about it now. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm standing on that. You know what I mean? Yes, blood will be on your hands and you will be judged for it. So you better speak up. Simple as that. And if you're mad about it, you know, a butthurt about it, whatever you feel about it, listen, my thing is this. I've spoken. I spoke up on it. Blood out of my hands.
Not my problem.
Listen, not my problem. That's your problem. Effectively, that's
And
your
I'm
problem.
and I'm gonna stand on that. Okay. And they can get in my DM. You can get in my DM all you want every day.
I don't want to hear that shit. You can unsubscribe. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. But I've done my job. I've done exactly what I'm supposed to do, pursuant to what Ezekiel has said and laid out over in chapter 3, 18 on down to 21. If I don't say nothing to you, then I got blood on my hands. If I feel like that you're a righteous individual, right, and you're walking unrighteously, I got to say something to you. I got to say it. But him who rebuketh in the gates is hated. That's why them brothers in Houston had problems, because they'll be moving in a wicked manner. I see one brother, man, he got this wicked ass mindset. Don't got no compassion. Don't got no heart for nothing. And I looked him dead in his eyes, man to man, looked him dead in his eyes and said, you's a wicked ass brother, ain't you? You wicked as hell, huh? You wicked. And they thought I was trying to be contentious. I was starting some shit. No, I was talking to that spirit that was in that brother. And I knew he could be better. I knew he could be better. But the mindset of what he had was wicked as hell. Was wicked. No compassion. Didn't want to hear nobody out. Just wanted to be wicked in whatever way that he wanted to be wicked. It's wickedness. What are you going to say? Unmerciful. You understand what I'm saying? This is the type of moves that we should be making, ought to be making in Israel. Now, honestly, being respectful and being tactful in your approach is extremely important. You know what I mean? Treating each other with respect, treating each other with love, having mercy. You know that you see something going on, you speak up on it, say something about it, and you try to do so humbly. When I came to them brothers here in regards to some things that I've noticed, I was extremely humble about it. I wasn't trying to point no fingers, really. I wasn't trying to be all root rah and be all this, that, and big bad. I'm gonna whoop your ass for this, that, and the third, coming at them all sideways. I was like, look, I just want you to hear me out. I approached it in the most humble way that I possibly can, and knowing me, listen, I'm the type of guy. I'm gonna talk. We gonna have a man-to-man conversation. I remember one of the guys was getting in his feelings. This is just quick. My thing is that I told that brother, I said, listen, the hurt feelings reports is in the back. You can go fill that shit out, submit it. We'll talk about it later. But right now we're addressing this. Brother was in his emotions. He was in his feelings. I mean, what? But is that the right thing to say? I believe a kind answer would turn away some wrath. I thought I was being funny. I was probably being more offensive. I can accept accountability. You understand what I'm saying? I can analyze self and say, you know what? I might have messed up on that, even if it takes me a day or two. And I pray to the Most High Yah that I continue to be able to analyze self, and he continue to chasing me. If I've done something wrong, he can show it to me. He can show me my wrongs. And that I will not operate in any prideful manner. And if I do, that he will send brothers to help me see my pride. And I will not label them as enemies. I pray to the Most High Yah right now that the spirit of presumptuousness, the spirit of pride will stay far from me, and I'm able to operate in humility, but with all strength of Yah and with all power of the Most High Yah. But I'm able to hear my brethren when I've done something wrong. I can receive it and accept it and not be butthurt about it. But this is what we're witnessing, though. This is what all it takes. You got to pray for stuff like this, just as David did. We ain't no better. David is a better man than we all are. You understand what I'm saying? He's a better believer. He was way more faithful in the word, in the songs, in the prayer. And he still had to pray to keep the sin of presumptuousness off of him. He still had to pray to keep that out of his spirit. He still had to pray for it. So don't you tell me that you're good enough not to have to pray to keep spirits off of you. The spirit of pride, of anxiety, of fear, of presumptuousness, of narcissism. Don't you tell me that you don't got to pray for that. Don't you tell me that you don't got to work on yourself and make sure that you don't fall underneath any of those sins or spirits, demonic forces. Because I'm going to tell you, you a goddamn lie. You're a liar. Because you're in the same flesh suit that I'm in. You ain't no different. You understand what I'm saying? You in the same flesh suit I'm in. So you have to repent too. You gotta pray these spirits off of you too. You gotta keep them away from you as well. You're fighting sin, hell, and the devil just like I am. I don't give a damn what title you got. I don't give a damn what position you're in. I don't give a damn if you're a pastor down. I don't give a damn who you are. You're still dealing with it. You're not perfect. And in the moment you start to exalt yourself to make yourself look like you're something that you're not, like you're Yahshua, like you're Jesus, like you're David, like you're some sort of prophet, is the moment that you sinned and you're going to be dead within your transgressions and your iniquity. And guess what Most High does? He sends brother like myself, brothers like Pastor Rufus, brothers like Brother Nick, brothers like Ringo TV, brothers like We Woke Now, the Watchmen, to come and warn you, to love on you, to rebuke the fire out your ass, to try to get you lined up and set straight, because there's a need for the essence of men like Pastor Dow, not a prideful Pastor Dow, not a egotistical Pastor Dow, not a presumptuous Pastor Dow. Men who will speak truth, men who will speak with conviction, men who will speak boldly. There's a room for them. There's a space for them. Men who will say what they say and mean what they say and do what they say. And if they can't do it, then they'll come and apologize for it, because we all fall short. We all can't do everything perfect. There's room for that. But if you're somebody who has those qualities and we see this sin in you, somebody got to come along and try to flush that shit out you. You feel me? Like, for real. Because that disease is going to start to manifest in the body, and you're going to be able to see it internally and externally. You're going to be able to see that disease. You're going to be able to see that sin. Look at the back of Charles' head. Look at the back of that goddamn head. Look at the back of that head. And you tell me that you don't see some sin, that you don't see judgment. Tell me that. You tell me that. You tell me that, Charlie. Tell me, when you look at that, do you feel like that the Most High is judging you? And if you feel like he's not, why? Why do you feel like he's not? When you see the multitude of people that is fleeing your sinking ship, jumping ship, when you see that they're running away from you and calling you a cult, a crackpot, a kook, a fanatic, a tyrant, adulterer, idolater, you don't see that as judgment? You don't see that as judgment. I say, look at the devil, y'all. Look at the devil, and the devil's a goddamn lie. That only forces you to look at self. So you talking about you gonna meet with Michigan? Listen, that's a step in the right direction, man. What y'all over here talking about, man? I'm trying to tell you. Man, I'm trying to tell you. Listen, my thing is this. Nigerian, absolutely. That shit is all Nigeria. That's right. Hallelujah. Absolutely. Haven't seen any videos from you. Hallelujah. You already know it. But stay tuned. Hallelujah. Come on. Looking forward to it. The clouds are wet and heavy. I smell rain coming. Listen. Ha! Brother. If you ain't said it, welcome in, brother Robert. Man, bless you, my brother. Listen, if you ain't said it, you said it, brother. I smell rain coming. Yes. Here we go. Let's get it. Aggressive roid rage. All that testosterone boosting. And the outlet is stiff with others. Hallelujah. Absolutely. That's the problem. That's the main issue. You feel me? Too much testosterone. Too much of it for a simple communication soldier. Simple communication soldier. Never seen battle. He just called people. Hey, what you need? Oh, okay. You want what you want? Double cheeseburger? Okay, you want some fries with that? All right, what's up? Bacon, no bacon? What's up? Well, okay, all right. You want some what onions? All right, okay, cool. I'm gonna send it on the jumbo jet. And now I'm being, you already know, I'm using satire, but you know, basically, like simple communications, you know, my thing is that the way that you carry yourself down, you carry yourself like you've been on a front line battle, right? In the midst of a war, right? You know, you got Charlie all around you and shit. You know what I'm saying? You on the lone man, the way that you carry yourself and the way you act, that you oh man, I was the only man left surviving. I had to save my whole platoon. You know what I'm saying? I saved my whole platoon, and Charlie was all around me, and I had to fight my way out. And so I eliminated at least 50 targets before I was able to get out of there and make it out of there alive without a scratch on me. Tell me that ain't that's the way that you act out. And then people find out the truth that you're a simple communication soldier. Meaning you just sat on your ass while the real fighters, the guys who actually have been through battle, were out there actually fighting the war. Like you just kind of was chilling, bro, sipping coffee. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, let's keep it a buck, bro. Come on, come down 2 notches. Let's keep it a buck. You simple communications. Let's behave that way. Okay, let's behave communications. And who's to say that you're actually good at your job? I mean, you know, don't seem like that you can even really do math. And then even in the math that you're doing, if I give what, you know, how many people $1 million, then we can solve what was it? Issues. We can solve everybody problems. If I was a billionaire and I gave everybody $1 million, math totally fucking off. Not only was the math off, y'all, but the math was off. And if he would have effectively gave everybody $1 million, not only would you see a spike in crime, people would have been putting hits on each other. You understand what I'm saying? We got some evil and wicked money. You know what I mean? People have been putting hits on each other. People would have increased their drug use. So you got what? Overdoses and fentanyl and all this other shit because they got all this money to spend on it, right? Not only that, you see hyperinflation. All of these prices will go up sky high, right? And that $1 million will also decrease down to what? Like what? $1,000? So effectively, you would have destroyed the economy. And before you destroyed the full economy, you know, you would have had individuals overdosing on drugs. You would have had individuals putting hits out on each other, murdering each other over money. You understand? Over this fake ass fiat. You know, you would have had what? Then you would have had a major collapse in the world economic system, because right now people are still heavily reliant on the American dollar for trade. So you had a definitely in a collapse. The U.S. itself would have been in an extreme decline. Would have became a third world country. Don't give idiots like Dow billions of dollars, because he obviously don't understand what the hell the catastrophic damage would be if everybody would have wind up with $1 million. He just don't get it. Like he don't understand it. Don't get it. It means like you're going to destroy the country. You want to destroy the dollar. You want to destroy the currency. That's what you're going to do effectively. That's all you're going to do. And he spake a parable unto them to this end that men ought always to pray. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link real quick, y'all. Anybody wants to come in and have and join the conversation, you're more than welcome to speak on this particular matter. I was going to get into a couple videos with Dow, but I think that that's not even necessary at this moment. Shit, y'all done spent at least about an hour with me. We've been discussing this. And, you know, driving the points home, it's like important. It's very imperative that we stand up for each other, that we stand in the gap for each other, that we speak up against unrighteousness and wickedness and these false ass deceiving as pastors and false prophets. You know what I mean? We gotta rap. We gotta talk about it. But you know, my thing is this, right? I am gonna actually go over this video. I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I'm gonna go over this video. I'm still welcoming anybody who wants to come on and talk and speak about it, but I want to go over this young lady's testimony. All right. Bless you. Shalom, shalom. Welcome
Bless
in.
you, my brother. Can you hear me?
Bless you, Pastor. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
And just wanted to come in and tell you, you're doing a yeoman's job. Y'all, you and your Discord brothers, y'all getting it done. Appreciate all the work y'all doing for the Most High, man, for the saints of the Most High. Wanted to greet you, saints. I know a lot of y'all ain't heard my voice, seen my face in a long time. I'm hold on a second. I'm alive, y'all. See, I'm alive. I'm still alive. So regardless of what the reports say, but you know, we in that moving phase. We're moving. The big move is tomorrow. So I need y'all praying, because you know we got witches and warlocks out there praying our demise, wishing that we were vagabonds and all the other things that don't pertain to men and women of Yah. But I just want to tell you, brother, I think you're doing an incredible job. Keep doing what you're doing. It is extremely and highly effective. And unlike some, I've actually kept my word. I ain't doing videos about that. That doesn't mean we don't have other stuff about to come out, though. It don't mean we don't. And that's why I told y'all to stay tuned. Because Wicked never rests, y'all. Wicked, they don't sleep. They constantly planning and plotting and deceiving and conniving. And at the end of the day, the Most High is the one that's going to expose all of those secrets. So I just wanted to send a shout out to you, Brother Ryan, Worship Podcast, all you brothers and sisters that are over there on that Discord doing the work that y'all doing over there, telling y'all to keep up the good work. Y'all keep praying, stay in prayer. It's a lot of saints, man. There's a lot of saints that are mentally and spiritually struggling because they can't get full transparency, because they can't get real, true biblical answers, because they've been betrayed, backstabbed, lied on, cheated on. Y'all know all the adjectives that go with all of this. And people are hurting. People are hurting. They are hurting. And they're not hurting because of anything that they've done. It ain't because of their own bitterness, and it ain't because they mad and angry. No. There's been a spiritual atrocity that took place. There's been a hijacking in the body. And the Most High sees it. And the Most High is not asleep, nor is he slumbering. He is not stationary. So the best timing is always his timing. See, we still microwave, y'all. We want his vengeance and his recompense, like he says. We want it right away. But he said when he do all that, what's he gonna do in the process of giving that? What he gonna do? He gonna save you. So you need to be concerned about being saved by the Most High, him knowing your name, and you doing what's necessary for you to fully recover, fully heal, fully deal with the plank that may be in your eye, so that you can properly discern the speck that's in your brother and I. Hallelujah. Do what you got to do spiritually to be prepared to be the witness, to give the testimony, to help yourself and others overcome. And never let anything separate you from the love of Yah. I don't care if y'all don't see a video from me for a month. Know for a fact that I'm getting the work done. The move is something. Don't get me wrong. The move is busy. Anybody that's ever had to move and you're moving hours away, states, this and that, you know it takes a lot of time. But I got 10 times more things invested in these saints all over this country, And I'm not going to let moving stop me from doing what the Most High called me to do when it comes to feeding the sheep and feeding the lambs. I'm just going to keep doing it, y'all. I'm going to keep doing it. So there's a lot going on. A lot of people are being set free. A lot of people are walking in honor and bravery. Let me say it that way. A lot of people are walking in bravery and strength of the Most High. They're not accepting the spirit of fear that the house of time wants to put on you. You know what I mean? No shame in serving the Most High, y'all. The devil gonna be what he gonna be. He gonna be a lion dog all the days of his life. He's gonna be a brood of vipers is what they gonna be. So let them do what they do, but you make sure you're doing what you need to do. And again, Brother Ryan, I salute you. I give the Most High praise for you, brother. I appreciate the labor of love that you putting in. You don't do stuff on this magnitude without the Most High recognizing it. You just don't, And he told us to cry loud and spare not, didn't he? And we got a faithful group of brethren that are crying aloud, sparing not, and we got a faithful group of saints that are supporting us in it, supporting the broadcast, supporting the work that we do. The number one support you do is prayer. Y'all don't know the level of witchcraft and spells that are going forth out here on these saints. Y'all have no idea. But guess what? The prayer of the righteous availeth much. They avail much. And I know definitely the people that be listening to War Sheep podcast and listening to the message sent, servants of Yah, you listen to any of these programs, you definitely the righteous. Hallelujah. So I just thank you all. I thank you all. Keep us lifted. Keep us lifted. Saints are getting free, man. Marriages are being restored. Sisters and children are being set free. Man, I just love it. Brethren are getting their minds right. Breaking generational soul ties has been with these folk. But man, I'm telling you, I'm excited about the work that the Most High is doing. And I'll never get weary in well doing. Never. If he put it on my plate, what did he say? I will never leave you nor forsake you. But he also said, I will never give you more than you can handle. So if it's there, that means we can handle it. He's strengthened us. He's established us and he's settled us. And in a sense, he's made us perfect in him. So I thank him for it. Glory to the King. But that's all, man. I ain't got nothing. I mean, you're doing a yeoman's job. You're doing great. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep being led of the Spirit. Stay on his helmet. Stay on it. But when I said I was done with him, I'm done with him. But the Most High not done with him. The Most High is not done with him. The Most High is not done with his cronies. All those evil men, all those mean men, those brute beasts over there that have zero desire to actually walk in the love of the Most High. This is, hey, Cat Williams was talking about last year, 2024, the Roman year 2024, how it was a year of exposure. Well, if you're going, it's just a natural thing that if he's going to expose it one year, he's going to have to judge it the next. That's just natural. So his judgments are coming. So just man, stay in the love of Yah. Keep your ears peeled and understand. Don't just be excited about another man being judged. Be excited about the fact that Israel can get free of the bondage. And the people can heal. The number one goal for me is get these people free so they can heal. Y'all know how it is when you came out of when you came out of the religious system a little bit. The number one thing you want to do is get to a place where you can even hear the Spirit clearly. Hear from the Most High clearly. It ain't never gonna change. As you go forward in this journey and forward in this process, you're gonna always be looking for higher levels of holiness so you can get to a place where you can hear his voice just a little more clear. Just a little more clear. And that's all we're at right now. That's all we at. These are spots in our feast of charity. These are stumbling blocks laid before you. But I tell you, put your track shoes on and learn how to hurdle. Learn how to high hurdle, get up over them, and keep it moving. Think about it. Even if anybody ever watched track and you clip that hurdle, When you go over it, you don't turn around and look and see if it's still standing up. You just keep rolling. So that's what I suggest y'all do. Brother Ryan, yo, Miss Job, appreciate you, brother. Love you. You already know. Yeah, I'll be in your area soon. You'll be one of the first ones I contact, matter of fact, to let you know when I'm coming. Hallelujah. But man, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you much.
Bless you, Shepherd. Bless you, bless you. I appreciate
bless
you and all the work you're doing. One thing that I really want to do is definitely want to offer up any way to be able to help out with these saints who are looking to flee that sinking ship, who are in some sort of need some sort of assistance or help or something like that, whether it be traveling someplace to be able to help them get off of something. Like, listen, definitely looking to get more involved, get more boots on ground, and getting more like, in fact, I'm going to be forming this this force, task force. I call it the War Sheep Warriors Federal Task Force. We're going to be looking into a lot of these things. Like, you already know, you've seen some of the work that they've been able to accomplish, and they just assisted me. And this is something that I'm forming, and I'm hoping that the Most High sends more faithful brothers who have the knowledge and capability to add to individuals who are a lot like, people that you're currently helping now, but getting the funding going to where we can do so with assistance, with help from others, is one of the biggest goals, because that's we always going to need help with the financial tool and getting people into a position where they can heal, like you said, right in the environment to heal, get back close to Yah, because once you go through these things, you endure this, that leaves a stain on your salvation, to where you got to work this thing out again. Now you got to get closer to the Most High. Now you get back to Yah. Now you can't lose your connection with Him based on your experience with man, like, and turning that image of Yah into a corruptible man's image. You know what I'm saying? And I really, so I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be running hard for the task force to really get up and running. I think it's going to take me like 6 months to a year, but it's been something that the Most High has really been putting on my heart, to not only do it for saints who are in those positions, but also to look deeper into this whole child trafficking thing, and also being able to speak out more with the community. So I'm going to be doing a lot of that stuff behind the scenes as well. So I just wanted to offer that to you. I'm going to be working on that. You already know. Look, you just shoot me a message. I'm on it. We're gonna do what we got to do. You know what I'm saying?
You've always been that, no doubt.
Bless you. I appreciate that. All praises to Yah. And I'm going by Barak these days. I feel like some people don't. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I will refer to you as Brother Barak. No problem at all. And I tell you, I'm gonna give y'all all the glory and all the praise, because in these scenarios, finances is always something. But I can tell you this is never a drag or a worry for me, because I've just seen too many times in the decades that I've been serving the Most High, that when there is a true need, He always meets that need. And I never put Him in a box and say, well, here's a scenario and it would cost me $1,000. I never put Him in that box, because y'all don't have to use Federal Reserve notes or gold or silver. He can move on someone's heart. So He could speak in somebody's ear and tell them, do this, do that, go make this happen. That's what He does. And I've seen it so many times. So like I said, He never leaves His children begging for bread. He never leaves them nor forsake them, and they're never begging. And I'm telling you, every single time there has been a situation, Yah has always showed up, and He shows out financially. He will move on people's heart. They will contact me. They will say, how do I get funds to you? Yah told me this, that. Or if I call on them, be like, look, I got this situation. Don't say no more, Pastor. Boom. You see what I'm saying? So He is always providing. He is always providing. I never once have felt like there is lack in the body, ever. Now, are there times where He's going to stretch your faith and make you? Yeah, but I'm so used to that, though. You know what I mean? Like I'm so used to Yah saying, "Here's the situation," and I'm like, I'm gone. Now, there's a lot of times I'll say I'm gone and I'm moving to do what He's telling me to do. And if you're looking at the scenario, the resources or whatever is not there, But I guarantee before I get to that spot, not just every resource that's needed, but every resource that's needed for that and the next responsibility is there. So it's always a test of faith. It's always a trusting in him. You be, like you saying, be organized, be planned out, be whatever. And then when he calls on you, trust for him to be the one to do the providing. That's his job as the greatest father in the world, the greatest father that has ever existed. It's him. So you be obedient. You be a child that is not an issue for the father, and watch him provide for you. Then he say, man, you got your natural parents, right? Your natural fathers, and they wicked and they give you good gifts. So imagine what I'm gonna do to you. Imagine what kind of gifts I'm gonna give you.
Right.
And he never lets down, bro. I'm telling you, all it takes is the prayers of the righteous, bro. And then he's gonna move on the hearts of those that need to be moved on. So man, I thank the Father for it. Every need has been met above and beyond. And I'm so grateful to him. And what I'm saying to y'all now is stay in prayer, man. You got to develop and push this prayer life, because you got to understand that is the way to communicate with the Father. And a lot of you need to be praying in the spirit more. You know, he sets this up for you. He told you, I'm not going to leave you comfortless. I'm going to send you the comforter. And then he set this up to where you can have this communication with him that cannot be interpreted by anyone but him. The devil don't know that language. Out of all the languages in the world, there's one language he don't know. You need to exercise it more. That's what, when the book tells you about stirring up the gift, that's what you got to be doing. And you got to be doing that with total belief, total trust in your heart that the Most High is going to deliver his people. When he do, just raise your hands and celebrate. Tears start rolling down your eyes of joy, just thank him. When you fall to your knees, just thank him. When you're laid out on your face, snotting and tearing up your carpet and your little bitty platted wood floors, just thank the Father. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Glory to the King. Glory to the King. Man, brother, I'm going to get out of here. Love you, my brother. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll be in touch soon.
Bless you, Shepherd. Bless you, Pastor. Hallelujah. I appreciate you. All right, y'all. So, man, obviously, you guys can tell the level of love and level of favor that the Most High really, truly does have for Pastor Rufus. I can tell you this much now that, you know, after suffering through maybe some wrongful accusations coming from the other side and people blaming you and saying this and saying that, making videos, trying to put you down. You got a man who's falsely accused you of some stuff that you never done. You're only trying to show him his iniquity, his transgressions, and he turned on you. And then he gets out and starts making videos. He starts challenging you to war, right? And thinking that you do not have anybody to align with you, to go to bat for you and with you in regards to this social media platform warfare that we got going on this day and age. You can tell that Yah has that love to say, you know what? I got to start moving brothers' hearts to seeing the wickedness, to come and start to speak up and rally with this man right here so we can save the souls of the rest of these people, as many as we can save, before I have to bring complete judgment on this ministry. I want to save as many as I possibly can save. Now, this year, the Most High shall do what? He shall separate the wolves in the sheep. He should separate the goat from the sheep. He should separate us all, the goats from the sheep. He will separate us. And this is what you're witnessing. You understand what I'm saying? Is you're witnessing an uprise that is coming from Yah himself, and he's doing so and moving swiftly because he also knows that he has a certain amount of time as well. And the individuals who are committed, who are who tuning in, not only to the message sent, Brother Nick, servants of Yah, we're gonna be dropping even more fire videos coming from there. And then now right here, the War Sheep family, the War Sheep Warriors, the War Sheep podcast, and taking it to the individuals who may be operating as goats and wolves in sheep's clothing. We're going to definitely look to encourage the individuals who Yah has truly called, who's truly called. And the ones he's called and have chosen are the ones who's going to hear the message that this individual that you are idolizing and thinking that he is the way that you're going to make it to the kingdom, because that's what he tells you, is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he's operating as such. And you must let him know his iniquities. You got to let him know his transgressions. And if you don't want to listen, vote with your feet on the side of righteousness when the Most High moves you to. But speaking up on it, that should come immediately. That should come right away. Yah is going to press it upon your heart. You're going to hear people warning you to speak out, to speak against the wickedness. You're going to hear this. And then by the time you make it to Shemayim, by the time you make it and stand before Yah, he's going to say, well, did you hear the warnings? Did you hear the message coming from these brothers telling you to speak up against this wickedness so you can save more souls? He's going to ask you these questions, and he's going to ask your flesh these questions. And what is your flesh going to do? Your flesh is going to tell on you 100%. Every cell in your body is going to speak up and say, you know what? We didn't do that. We actually just stayed and remained quiet. We turned away and we wanted to leave quietly. We turned away. We didn't want to go and join a fight for souls, to save souls. We didn't want to do that work. We wanted to be at peace. We wanted to think about ourselves. We wanted to not reach out. That's what we wanted to do. I couldn't stand the level of conviction that I was feeling every single time. The next thing you know, I'm hearing the servants of Yah, Pastor Rufus talking. I'm feeling the conviction. Then brother Nick came out, started telling his testimony on the idolatry. That was even more conviction, because I knew I had a testimony. I couldn't do it. I had to say something. But Yah also can identify what talents he has given you. Whatever talents he's given you, he's going to utilize that strength and those talents to be able to give and deliver that message that he needs to deliver. So you're going to do it in your own way, in your own fashion. You understand what I'm saying? And he's trained you and equipped you to be able to for what? For war, your hands, for war, for battle. He wants you to put on the full armor of the Most High Yah. He wants you to put on that breastplate of truth. He wants you to put on the full armor of Yah and join this spiritual warfare, even if it's in your own way, behind the scenes, praying for the saints, praying for those who are out in the forefront, praying for Pastor Rufus, myself, as we go on these journeys to get boots on grounds to help individuals start over. Supporting in any way you possibly can, right? That takes a like, a share, you know what I'm saying? Showing up, hitting the comment section, spreading a positive energy, because nobody hates Dow. We just hate the sin that he's dealing in. You understand what I'm saying? I told a brother not too long ago, and we were talking on the signal. I said, look, I don't want to see Dow destroyed, depleted, suffering. Listen, the moment that he goes and repents in his heart and makes things right with individuals is the moment that I hope that he flourishes, and that ministry takes off and soars, and that Yah pours out blessing on that ministry. But if he continues in what he's doing currently right now, that judgment, that righteous judgment coming from your Most High Yah is going to come down on that ministry harder than they ever seen it before. And y'all heard me say it before, weeks ago, a few months ago, that the Most High Yah, thus saith Yahweh, the same thing he used to help him build that ministry, this internet, y'all, is the same thing he was going to use to tear it down. He's 3,000 subscribers down from what he was, and he can't push past that. Oh, man, listen, we doing just fine. Dead season's going great. While everybody fleeing your sinking ship left and right, based on your iniquities, based on your transgressions, based on hearing the message that's coming from the servants of Yah, that's coming from the War Sheep podcast, that's coming from Brother Nick at the message scene. You understand what I'm saying? It has had a profound impact on Straitway. Let's keep it a buck. You understand what I'm saying? Do I need to show you the numbers? It has had a profound impact than what Ringo could do, than what New Breed could do, than what anyone else could do before. The first time in Straitway or in history on YouTube, Straitway, Pastor Dow, mouth has been shut the hell up. Yeah, that's right. Don't barely want to speak on the situation. Barely want to touch it. Oh man, we keep talking, we're gonna keep getting our ass chewed. Yes, you are. Because Yah ain't playing with you. Yah's not playing with you. And whatever he has in store for Pastor Rufus, I promise you now, just as Dow said, it's gonna be something great. And we're gonna continue to push for greatness. We're gonna continue to continue to pull the saints out of this wickedness and continue to shed some light on a lot of these different topics. I got one more thing that we could definitely go through real quick. I really appreciate you guys joining me and hanging. Man, listen, we rocking it out, y'all. But I definitely wanted to get into this testimony coming from this sister here. And I just want to think about and talk about the parallels, get into her journey a bit. And I want to kind of have a bit of a revelation. I wanted to really expose how cults really operate, right? This is what this whole thing was about, getting into that exposure and a real strong rebuke in which we were able to accomplish here today. So hopefully we were effective in that, and it's going to be heard. He's 3K subs down, but how many views is he down? Wow. I know that number is off the charts. Yeah. The channel is not doing as well. It's not. It's definitely, if I were to pull it up, I went ahead and I did some research. Well, I came across somebody who was talking about this lookup tool, and I was like, oh, okay, that's perfect timing, because I was just about to go live. And they start talking about this lookup tool, and I was like, oh, okay, this is a perfect opportunity to go and check this out real quick. And I just so happened I went and took a look at it. Listen, he was down another 1K. And I'm like, wow, okay, y'all definitely ain't playing. Then we went through it. Y'all seen it. Since Pastor Rufus left, he's been down. When he left, around this time where videos really start to surface, it went down 2K, right? Views plummeted. You understand what I'm saying? Views also went down. There was a major dip in views. Yep. Major dip in views, April and May, right? April and May, major dip in views. May and April, around the same month. Okay, here, let me share y'all this so you guys can see. So y'all won't be, flying blind. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. There was a major dip in views around the same time period. Okay. And this is how you know that the effect is real. The effect is being taken. Of course, negative 1K there, but also, of course, here May through May 23rd, 1K drop. May 1K drop, and that stayed steady on 2K drop. Recently, with the 501c3 research that was done by my beloved brother Odell surfaced, and we were able to bring that out here on the War Sheet podcast. June 5th, June 11th, 1K drop. Same thing here with views drop. At least negative 30,000 views. Okay, in April, between April and May. You understand what I'm saying? April and May. That's the same time where 2K was dropped. You understand what I'm saying? We got another dip, another major dip here as well. So it's down, and then we're still down. We're still low, creeping up just a bit. So that's the way that it's looking. 8.9% down from what it was last 30 days. Okay, y'all's not gonna play games, and I don't see these numbers looking to improve much. But I also know that if he were to make, do what he's supposed to do, that I think he would definitely want to show him some love. You feel me? I show him some love. If he come out and repent to Pastor Rufus and come out and start taking accountability, man, I'm showing you some love, bro. I'm gonna show you some love. Hallelujah. Bless y'all. Bless y'all. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna close this thing out pretty soon after we get this testimony in. This testimony will just kind of bring a lot home when it comes to identifying cults and how they truly operate. But there's other things that she speaks about that we all need to take it into account as well for ourselves so we can be able to reflect on it. I believe her testimony is pretty powerful, and I believe that she's a woman, a young woman who's on her journey to figuring things out, to really solving some problems within her own life, but also doing it biblically, right? Because there's some things that, of course, she does not have right just yet. And there's other little things that she can be able to do to improve her salvation, her salvific life, you know what I mean, like in lifestyle. But that's not for me to judge. If y'all got her on this journey and wherever he leads her, that's where she's going to go. And if it pleases Yah, then she's going to continue to prosper in what she's doing. But that's just me observationally and speaking, coming from a biblical perspective, as what I know about the scriptures. She's got some more to learn. And I'm curious if Yah is going to introduce it to her. Some of us, we just are here for what Yah wants us to be here for. Not to say she won't make it to the kingdom, or certain individuals won't make it. They just probably be considered at least in the kingdom if they make it, but they can still be used by Yah. So let's check this thing out. Thou would rather die and go straightway to hell before admitting he's wrong. That's the sad part. That's the sad part, is that you can definitely take these licks, man. Your ass is getting all butt hurt, but you can't just come out and be a man and fix it. I thought men actually were problem solvers, right? And they come out and they see a problem, right? Especially if they see a group of people and they seem to be kind of, feeling the same way, saying some of the same things. I would want to get down to the bottom of it. I would want to have a meeting with them and want to discuss these things, hash this stuff out, and really just try to get a resolution. If anything, I can say that I tried my best. I didn't try to hoard information. I didn't try to hoard the truth from people. I didn't try to make people pay $100 to come and hear my side of the story. You know what I'm saying? Like, while we're getting it for free from the other side, because they're speaking nothing but facts and truth, right? Those things are a problem. Let's get into this thing real quick, guys. I think you guys are going to enjoy this testimony. If you have not seen this thing yet, I think you guys are going to really enjoy the testimony. I'm going to play it. I'll be right back, all right? Because I got to use the bathroom anyway. So perfect opportunity for a break. Let's get it.
Walks around to the back of the car while I'm at. I just knew I was going to jail. If not for life, a long time. Shows me my purse. And he's like, whose drugs are these? You are lying. I need you to tell me the truth right now. He was just like, so it's yours. And I'm like, yeah. Literally, the man shows me my purse and it's empty. And this police officer did just like this. I was popping X pills because I wanted to stay up to hustle. In March 2006, I'm flat on my back at Medical City Hospital in Dallas, Texas, from a bad batch of ecstasy. A few moments later, I blacked out. Some people say they see a light. I never saw a light, but I heard a voice say, Tara, you have the option to choose life or death. I said, God, if you are real, open the door to this church. The same door that we beat on. We unlinked hands, knocks on the door. White lady opened the door. And I'm like, oh my God. When a ministry teaches you that the works in the ministry is more important than the ministry in the home, it's out of order. And I let her know I'm disconnecting. Like, I'm no longer going to be a part of this ministry. And she looked at me and said, I knew it. She started like lashing out, just, saying I sowed seeds of discord. And I literally turned my back. I literally just passed out. She stood over me and it was like a smurf.
Special person. She goes by the name of Tara or Tara. How do I pronounce
Tara.
it? Tara. Okay. Tara.
Most people say Tara.
Some people say Tara. No, but my dad would say, oh, Tara, you are Tara to the kingdom. My dad is like that. So first of all, thank you so much for being with me today. And thank you for being willing to come and share your story with me.
Thank you for having me. So grateful.
You grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful because I think people don't get to hear people like you testify, because people that have gone through what you've gone through don't survive to tell their story. And so if you could, some people know your story already. Some people are like, well, what is it about?
Yeah.
I would love for you to take us back. Tell us how you have arrived, because you are a real, beyond just like your story, you're doing so much. And you just told me more things for us to testify about, but I'm going to let you do your thing on your own. There's so much that God has done in your life. He's decorated you with his glory, but we want to know how'd you arrive here?
Oh, goodness gracious. That is a jam-packed question, but I just want to say, first of all, like, I truly admire you, your wife, the ministry that y'all have done. I've supported and followed from afar for years. And so this is just such a phenomenal opportunity to just even be here. You know, it really is. But just a little bit about me. I am an unorthodox minister, a mom of 5.
Say it again.
A mom of 5. That's right. I was a teen parent. So I have a 22-year-old. And yes, mouth drop. And we'll probably start there here in a second. And then got married at 19, like abruptly. God saved me. We can talk about that here in a minute as well. But yeah, got married at 19, and then we had 4 kids, and we were together for about 15 years. So divorced, blessed, you know, taking care of the kids, and now a new grandmother. So
A grandmother.
a grandma.
How does that feel?
That feels amazing. In the beginning, I was like, what? Okay, God had to pull me through that. He had to pray me through.
Right.
But I'm just so grateful. My granddaughter is just really a light and definitely purpose. So
wow.
Yeah, but just, you know, going back into a little bit of my story, I'm from Dallas, grew up in the hood. One of the things that I experienced as a child is we were probably about 17, 18 people in a 1-bedroom apartment, literally at my grandmother's house. We had some things going on with the parents and stuff like that. My mom has 5 kids, and it was just a lot going on. So I grew up just, you know, going through, you know, poverty a bit, insecurity, you know, for a season, and bullying that led into like tons of insecurities. So 14, I'm just out here just getting by, end up getting pregnant first time. And by the time I was 19, I literally had lived the life of probably most 35-year-olds. Literally graduated high school a year early, and I was hustling. Like I was in the streets. I was doing all kind of things. I was very, you know, smart, but obviously didn't have wisdom, very young, very impressionable, got caught up with the wrong crowd. And I just started, you know, hustling myself. There was a couple times where I've been in the crossfire, you know, in the crossfire of different things. I remember something super specific when I called myself hustling. I got robbed by an ex-boyfriend who I've dated in junior high. He robbed me for like $100 and some worth of weed. QP. And I was vengeful at it. Like I was so mad. Like I couldn't believe he ran off with my stuff. And so there was this other guy I was talking to from New Orleans, and he was like, you know, let's go get him. At that point in time, I was probably like 17. I was in a deep state of brokenness, a deep state of like, you know, anger. At that time, I was, you know, going through things with my oldest child's father, and just a lot of rejection and abandonment issues and insecurities and just all kinds of stuff. And so I'm like, man, I got to prove myself. I got to show somebody that they're not going to mess with me. So we set him up. And he had an AK-47 with an extended clip. And this guy was from New Orleans, and there was some things that I knew about him. And if he said we was going to ride, we were going to ride. And it's so crazy thinking about that now, because I was never that kind of person. But when you're lost and you know, don't have a center, you just get caught up. You know, I didn't realize that I was being demonically infiltrated, but it was just like I had to prove myself. And so literally my boyfriend at the time, one of the boyfriends at the time, because I was like, you know what, I'm tired of these dudes playing me. So look, I'm about to, you know, but he was like, Terry, you got to make sure that everything is good on this car, because us having this clip and this gun is literally a life sentence. And so, and it was loaded. And so we checked everything. I was in my cousin's car, literally pulling out, probably not even 7 minutes away from us pulling out. I hear some police sirens.
No.
I hear police sirens, and he is like freaking out. We already kind of went over the plan of if anything went bad, what to say. And so he was literally like, reach your hand back there and take this clip out this gun. And I tried, I couldn't. By the time the police officers came, they had the flashlight on me. Get your hands on the dash. And, you know, they made him get his hands on the dash. In my purse, I had tons of contraband, like hard, soft, pills, weed, all kind of stuff in my purse. And again, I'm 17. I'm a baby. And I had never been in that much trouble, and I just knew everything was over. I just kind of like blanked out. They separated me and him. And I stuck with the script because I'm like, man, I got to be a G. I got to live by the code. I got to die by the code. I can't snitch. I was scared and I wanted to, but it was just like, I can't do that. So I'm in the backseat of a police car now. And now there's like a swarm of police because they see the weapon. They've confiscated my purse. And where I was at the time, Ezekiel, people from Dallas know, especially back in the day, Garland is a predominantly Caucasian. So there was already a lot of race issues in Garland at that time, just harassment. So imagine me in that city and actually being, at this time, a predator, considered a criminal. So I knew everything was going to go south. One of the police officers walks around to the back of the car where I'm at, and he's like, shows me my purse, and he's like, whose drugs are these? And I'm like, oh, it was my boyfriend. I was like, I had somebody in the car before him, and I just made up some lie. And he was like, I know you lying. And he was like, what about the gun? I was like, oh, we're just taking it to, his grandmother's house. We're moving it from one place to another. He was like, you are lying. I need you to tell me the truth right now. And I literally saw my life literally flat. I just knew I was going to jail, if not for life, a long time. I just knew I was out. And I was like, yeah, it's mine. And he was just like, so it's yours. And I'm like, yeah. He was like, what was you doing? I said, getting in trouble. And he was like, all right. Literally, the man walks from around the car, comes back, shows me my purse, and it's empty. And this police officer did just like this. He was like, and he said, I better never see you on these streets again.
Was it a black guy or white?
White. Took me to jail on some traffic tickets. Took the clip out the gun, let the guy go in the car. We got pulled over, by the way, because one of the light bulbs burned out. This is something we checked before we pulled out, by the way. We checked the lights. But that's why we were pulled over, is because one of the light bulbs was out. So one of the headlights or something like that was off. But I ended up going to jail on some traffic tickets. And my mama bailed me out of jail. I was in jail for a couple of days.
That doesn't happen.
It does not. It does not. And you think from that moment that, that was enough for me. I don't think any of that registered until leading up to the big one, because we'll be here all night if I were to tell you like all the experiences I had. But specifically in 2005, end of 2005, my dad, who is a praying man, best friend, born on my birthday. I was born on his birthday, actually. And he was a praying man. He was the kind of dad who, when I would leave out the house, he would anoint my head, or I'll be like, oh, I can't stand that, get off of me type stuff. That was those spirits. My dad said, Tara, he said, I'm praying for you. He said, I see a spirit of death following you. He was like, you need to give your life to God. And he was like, Tara, it's so urgent. And I'm like, just rebellious. I go out that night, almost had a wreck. By March 2006, I'm flat on my back at Medical City Hospital in Dallas, Texas, from a bad batch of ecstasy. So I was popping X pills because I wanted to stay up to hustle. Like that was the thing back then. And I had bad experiences before, but never nothing like that. It was like I tried everything to bring myself down. I couldn't even drive myself to the hospital at the time. It was a best friend of mine that I'd known since 7th grade. And my heart was so out of control. They didn't know if they would have to do open heart surgery. They were trying to regulate it. My EKG was spiraled out. I could literally air. In that moment, I told Tanisha, who was my friend at the time, I was like, man, I'm ready to die. Like, I didn't mean that, but I felt like that. I thought that's what I wanted. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but just tell my mom I'm sorry. I had my daughter who was with my mom, my parents or whatever. And I'm just like, tell them I'm sorry, for everything that I put them through. And a few moments later, I blacked out, like comatose. And in the process of me blacking out, some people say they see a light. I never saw a light. I literally saw darkness. Before I saw this darkness, it's like God showed me my whole life from childhood up until that point, like a film. It was like not an Instagram reel, but one of them old school films. And I saw things that happened to me. I saw things that I did to people. I saw just myself outside of me. And it was like mind blowing. And in the next few moments, I felt my soul. I felt a pull on my soul. And this feeling was like a butterfly feeling. You know how you get butterflies in your stomach? Like that times thousands. And it was like this black spiral. It was like in the process of me experiencing this, my heart is spinning out of control. I hear the commotion. So I can hear all the commotion of what's happening outside of this comatose experience, but I can't move. And I felt myself disconnecting, like to the point where I'm going down. And there was just nothingness. It was a sense of nothingness. And in that moment, I heard a voice say, Tara, you have the option to choose life or death. And in my head, I said, life.
All right, real quick, y'all, shout out to Sister Thomas. Shout out, Sister Thomas. Thank you for your support, your continued support and showing up for the Worship Podcast. Thank you so much. And also, of course, the brother Eric as well. Both of you guys, thank you so much for your support. You already Hercules. I'm so grateful for you all for supporting the Worship Podcast and being here and rocking with us, man. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate y'all.
Hercules.
For your continued support. Listen, and big salute.
Carry on.
And carry it on, Major. Carrying on. Let's get it. Let's get it.
I'm laying on this hospital bed, and immediately I get up. Like my body, I start to regain consciousness, regain breath. My breath and my breathing is regulated, and everybody's looking around. They're startled. I'm startled. Obviously, they're still trying to, check on me and everything. And after a while, everything was okay. I was in the hospital. They were going to keep me. And so I was talking to my friend Tanisha, and she was like, what happened? I was like, either I'm hallucinating or God just spoke to me. Because from where I came from, we went to church every now and then, but I come from like a Baptist background where we've never been taught God speaks. I didn't know anything about prophetic, or I didn't know anything about hearing an audible voice. Now obviously we know today that God speaks through so many different ways, right? Whether that's audible or just a knowing, but I didn't know that. And so I had taken drugs. So I'm like, something is going on. And so I heard that same voice that day say, go to church. This is probably like a weekday. I don't remember. I think it was like a Monday or something. By the way, I was in the club every night, like Monday through Sunday. So yes, this was like after the club experience. Yes. You get my mom and them. I gave them the blues. Gave them the blues. Yeah. And so this was like a weekday, and I'm conflicted because I don't think I'm like, what church is open? So she was like, look, I don't know what's going on, but let's follow that voice. We end up leaving, sneaking out. I'm living in Garland. So we drive around. We're looking for all these churches. No churches are open. We're calling churches. No churches are open. Now I'm getting frustrated. I also had a show that night. I was rapping.
Okay.
Yeah, I had the whole Barbie. They called me Barbie way before Nicki Minaj. Okay. This is 2006. Wow. So I had that whole identity. Even was flown to New York one time for it, but for a little record deal type thing with Def Jam and stuff that fell through, thankfully.
Amen.
And thankfully. And so we're I'm like, I'm upset at this point. And by this time, I'm 19. I'd known Tanisha since 7th grade. So we've been friends forever. We had never explored anything about Christ. I mean, we went to church from time to time, but we didn't know anything about deepening a relationship, being led by the Spirit, but she was being led.
Okay.
So she goes, Tara, let's just try one last church. There's a church called South Garland Baptist Church. And so it's still there. We drive around this church. There's no cars. We knock on the doors. Nobody's there. And I'm like, bro, I'm ticked. Like, I'm confused. Like, I'm tripping. Like, I feel like I'm losing it. I don't know what the heck just happened. I don't know what I just heard. And she was like, Tara, let's pray. Me and her had never prayed, ever. She was like, let's pray. We get out the car. I looked up and I said, God, I don't know you, but I know they said you parted the Red Sea. If you are real and you want me to give you my life and you just save me from hell, open the door to this church. And I said it with an attitude. Like I was unhinged. I was still a little hood, you know. And that same door that we beat on, we unlinked hands. She goes, knocks on the door. White lady open the door. And I'm like, oh my God. Now I'm just buku cry, like, oh my God. And so she goes, well, how can I, what's going on? How can I help you? And I'm like, I don't know. I just need, she was like, oh, I know what this is. She lets us in and go down to the altar. At the time, didn't know it was called the altar. I was like the front of the church where the table is. And Tanisha sat on the pew just from a support standpoint. And as soon as I fell down on the altar and I'm just crying out, I'm like, Lord, forgive me. Lord, I know you're real. The power of God fell upon me to the point where the Holy Spirit, the Lord literally took control of me and started prophesying. He started speaking to me through me about traumas, about things that I was confused about, things that I was broken about. And in the process of this, I turned my head to her who's on the pew. And now God is speaking through me. And he was like, and I saved you from your own hand the night you tried to take your life. So she's shocked. She is literally like shocked. She runs down there. She
received the baptism of the Holy Spirit this day and started to prophesy not only to herself, but also to the woman that's with her. You know what I mean? Her name is, I believe, Tara, and she's just telling her testimony of things that she's been through so far and where she's currently at right now. So that's her name is Tara, and she's just over here telling her testimony about how she went from hustling to substance use to escaping a church cult. And I just want to draw parallels to her testimony, especially when it comes to escaping the church, as far as it being a cult, and parallels to other individuals who may be currently still dealing with a cult. And we all know that a lot of us have dealt with a cult. So I'm really hoping that this edifies you guys and blesses you so far. Let's get back to it. Let's get back.
Gives her life to Christ. And that was our encounter. After the fact, she told me that she had that experience by way of pills at Spelman. She was, at Spelman College. So she was home from spring break. And I was just blown away. I left that day. I stepped out of the church. I got a phone call from a very well-known producer who moved from Atlanta. This is back in 2006 to work on I've been waiting for over a year. That day he called me, surprise. I'm talking about I'm stepping out the church, surprise. And I'm like, surprise what? He was like, well, I came and got a loft. We about to get ready to focus on your project. I was like, ain't gonna be no project. And he was like, what? Told him the testimony. He had me to come and tell everybody, at the studio. And he was like, look, I better not ever see you back. So that's how I came to know the Lord.
As a marketing consultant, there's no better way to stay connected with your clients and leads than with Honey.
What?
Yeah.
I bet the enemy was just trying to get one last chance at you, just to pull you back into what you had been waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you would have just said yes, and yes, I could distract her.
Absolutely.
Imagine that.
God, it's like the Lord took the taste for it. I feel like I was just completely stripped. I still had one little struggle. And I feel like after the first month or two, the Lord helped me with that through teaching me the necessity of worship. I accepted salvation with no land on of hands. I encountered God in a very personal way. And at that time, a lot of people that wasn't really heard of, especially where I came from, in the circle I came from. But this experience was so mind blowing that I went to my grandmother's. My whole family had a meet. People took off work. Like I was so rebellious. I was giving these people the blues, giving myself the blues so much to the point. But the clincher is this. My dad, during this experience, so this was I'd taken the ecstasy, before the club or something that night. This leads into the next morning. So this whole experience was an overnight experience where I was having all this crazy stuff happening. My dad didn't know, my parents didn't know anything about what was going on. But as I'm telling them at my grandmother's house, my dad just breaks down crying. My mama break down crying. That night, while I was having this near-death experience, the Lord woke my dad up and said, your daughter is at death's door. You need to pray. My mother and my dad are still alive, and they will attest to this. My dad woke up out of his bed. My mama said he went to our little laundry room, called his brother, the elder. He's gone on to be with the Lord. And they cried out and prayed all night, save my daughter, and rebuke death off of me. Yep. And it's so crazy because God gave me the opportunity to do the same. That was 2006. My dad got COVID. And during COVID, he was probably like a hair's weight. I mean, he had lost over 100 pounds. He couldn't even pass. He was passing bowels, couldn't even, regulate his own bowels. They had us to literally do a Zoom call, a last call. And the Lord said, I didn't say do a last call. Like, we were preparing. There were funeral arrangements. The Lord said, you're not going to get on no call. He said, you know what to do. Called a couple of my friends. And I talked to my dad via Zoom, and I said, Dad, do you believe? And my dad is a man of faith.
My God.
Very gentle. I don't know one man like my dad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. He has no enemy. I'm talking about this man is so genuine, so pure. And my dad, with his literally could barely talk, he said, I believe. And he was like trying to wave his hand, like saying that he was going to worship God. We walked and prayed in the midnight hour, fasted and prayed for 7 days. My dad went from us making funeral arrangements to him being discharged to go into a nursing home, them telling us that, he was on an oxygen tank, that he would never, walk again, breathe again. The Lord showed me in a vision, my dad driving his truck. I said, Dad, I see you going to drive that truck. You're going to pull up in a truck and you're not going to have that oxygen tank. God restored and healed my dad so much that man, I just, purchased the home, and he the one that helped with the move, and, he done put up the 50-inch TV and all that stuff, and he drives that truck.
Man, okay. So God saved you for a purpose. He saved you for a reason. I was listening to a part of your testimony, and you were like, this wasn't your first brush with death. So you talked about this crossfire where you ended up being in some type of shootout or something like that. Could you talk to me about that story?
Yeah. So I was at the club one night, which is where I lived. I lived at the club every single night. It was just
Wait, why were you at the club so much? What were you looking for? Come on.
Wow. What was I looking for? I don't even know. I think that I was lost and just searching for something. I can't even put my finger on it. Just something to fill me, because I was just so empty, And so that filled me. That filled me temporarily.
Yeah.
So I had to keep going back, And I made a name. Like, I would fight in the club. They knew if I wore tennis shoes, it was gonna be on and popping.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
It was, if I wasn't wearing heels, it was known. It's gonna be some stuff.
Oh, so you was a fighter.
I was. I fought bullies. Like, I ain't like bullies, So I still fight the bully, which is the devil.
That's right.
You feel me? So still put them tennis shoes on in the spirit, but they knew that. Yeah. So I kind of made a name of myself. And but yeah, so there was a particular night where some friends of mine were getting into it with these girls. I didn't know who these girls were, and I just know we were fighting and we were winning. We come out the club, and her boyfriend and his crew out there, and they like, there they go, and it was like a gang of them. So we hurry up and get in a car, and literally, like, while it's the lines at the clubs are just just congested. But I'm kind of like right at the edge of leaving the exit going into a service road, because at the time this club was like somewhere off 635 in North Dallas. And as I'm exiting to get on the service road, on the other side, they start shooting at us. I'm talking about, I don't know how many feet, but it was so close that you could, I literally just, my natural reaction was just to hit the, to just drive.
But why they escalated to shooting so quick? What y'all do?
We fought the girls.
Oh, y'all beat them up. Oh.
Yeah. It was bad.
Mm.
Yeah. So, and I don't even know what we was fighting for at that time, but I was going to fight because it was my crew. I wasn't in a gang. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to portray that. Like I wasn't in a gang or I wasn't a queen pin.
Mm.
I was working my way up to that. That's what I thought I wanted to be, because it just gave me a sense of, validation, a sense of belonging, feeling needed or accepted. But it was so destructive. So anyway, I'm pushing it. And now they're following. They done hop the curb. They're following down the highway. I look and realize we on low key E. We're literally like, I am pushing. I had to literally swoop around. I don't know how I got around the curve, went down the wrong way on the highway and exited somewhere, literally. And that was just a crazy experience. And to be quite honest, it was a whole bunch more. This was before I had the near-death experience. The near-death experience is what
sealed the deal.
What?
Wow.
Like God took me away from all of that. He did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Driving backwards on the freeway, you losing it. Okay. Yeah. So be scared. Running back before we move forward. Why did you start selling drugs when you grew up in a household with your father?
Good question. Very good question. When I was younger, my dad hadn't come into his own sense of, now, I won't say manhood because he's always been manly, but I'm saying like authority. Help. What's the right word? Purpose or, confidence.
Yes.
He worked a lot. My mom was in the streets. Okay. And it was a lot going on all the time. My dad was extremely just engulfed in just a whole bunch of stuff, And so, like I said, we, lived with my grandmother from time to time. We experienced just different things. And so, we weren't stable. I'll just say that until, my mom got out of rehab after some time and kind of like rebuilt and stabilized our lives. I think for me, though, I started selling drugs because, well, number one, Lord, I wanted my mama. My mama was a queen fan back in the day. She really was. Like, if she was with somebody where they made a documentary, like they actually cut the man up, like for real. This is an actual documentary where he was like, he was that big, and my mom worked for him when she was younger. Yeah. So, I'm gonna leave that part out because my mama anywho, I be wanting to share it, but whatever.
You're right.
So, I was, with the wrong crowd. And even when I was younger, although I worked, although I was smart, I wanted to make money. I didn't want to have to struggle like we struggled when I was a kid. So I was put on by somebody who, is in the city, in Dallas, actually made a very popular secular song. Actually, I'll shout him out. The Will for the Teach Me How to Dougie, the Dougie song. Yeah. He was a friend of mine. And so he made the first version. They said, you like my Dougie. That one.
Okay.
Yeah. And so like I was far into salvation when he made that song, but I'm saying like when we grew up together. Yeah. And so he showed me a couple things. And then I had a boyfriend who was involved in a life. And he wasn't like that big, but that's how I got into it. And it wasn't long lived for me. It wasn't, selling drugs wasn't long lived. I saw after that, you know, after we got into that situation with the AK-47, after I got robbed, like I didn't want to go that route, but I definitely went a whole bunch of other routes up until that March 2006. Yeah.
And so how did that all play into you being a teen mom? Because apparently this was a one-time thing that allowed that to happen. Was that the one?
Yeah. So yeah, I 14, just fast, but also extremely insecure because I was bullied for years because of being dark skinned and having a full shape, you know, something that women pay for today is something that I literally was bullied for a long time. So I just literally didn't have I didn't have confidence, although I did have people like my sister, and by this time now my mom and other people, you know, reinforcing that. I just didn't. So I just was looking for the next best piece of validation. And there was this guy who everybody, you know, all the girls were into. He was popular guy, blah, blah, blah. And I just couldn't believe that he saw little old me, you know. And after a year talking to him, he was older. First time got pregnant. This was 2002. Very first time got pregnant.
So the first time with him or your first time?
Just first time being sexually active.
What?
Yes.
No.
First time. First time got pregnant.
In the world, they say just your luck, but
listen.
And so you were how old?
14.
How did you bring that one home?
That was difficult, of course. Oh my God. I told my little brother first, and he I don't know why I told my little brother. That's crazy. But he was my friend. You know, I was a kid. And so I told my godmother, who was living in San Antonio, I believe at the time. She was a Caucasian lady, and she was just like, you know, I'll come get you. We're gonna tell your mom together, you know, blah, blah, blah. And so she actually told my mom. You know, all I know is I was being set down and it was a family meeting. I had the whole family came to our apartment. My mom was just, you know, sick. Dad came in. Everybody was like waiting on my dad's reaction. He was the last one to come in from work, and they told him. He said, I knew. Like, we thought that he was going to be the one, because pre-salvation, my dad was very strict. I mean, obviously, you should be strict about things. I'm a mother now, right? So none of us want our kids to go down that path. So that I'm not referring to your child being promiscuous. Obviously, that's just common sense, you know, to steer your child in the right direction. But I'm saying, like, he was extremely authoritative, very strict, very, you know, rod and hammer kind of guy. And so we just knew he was gonna flip, and he didn't. He said that he knew. He just knew in his spirit. And this was around a time where he started to become cultivated too as a man of God. And, you know, some suggested an abortion. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. And I couldn't even explain why, because I didn't know what I was going to do.
Right.
I didn't know that, you know, I just didn't know how I was going to do it, but I just knew I didn't want to do that.
That's my next question now. I'm wondering, like, what made you not go that route?
Yeah. It just wasn't in my heart. You know, it just wasn't I couldn't bring myself to doing it. And I was scared. I was ashamed. I was disappointed. I was, you know, fearful, but I just knew I couldn't do it. Even with all the turbulence at that time, as a young girl, I was going through a lot of turbulence because of that, you know, at school and stuff like that. And just ended up becoming a single parent I can't truly say single because my parents were there. Everybody, you know, I had a lot of support by that time with my daughter, but I just knew that I couldn't. And I'm so glad that I didn't, because that same daughter is the 22-year-old that I mentioned in the beginning, who is just bright. She's smart. She is, you know, a go-getter. She helped me to really grow up and mature. Even though I went through that that hard life, or I chose the hard life from like 14 to 19, I still was, taking care of her, but she actually helped me to develop like mentally.
Wow.
As someone should with a child, right? And so her and I grew up together. Like we truly grew up together.
You were a child.
Yeah.
I have a 14-year-old now, and to imagine that, I don't even want to think about.
Don't think about it.
But see, this is the thing. I grew up really, really free in my house. Like we was outside, but my kids, I'm like, if they were able to get away from our hands, I'm like, they would be some really, really sneaky kids, because we with them all the time. They get picked up, dropped off. They don't go nowhere without us knowing or being there. So
y'all have the location on too? Like send me the location.
They're not even gonna have their phones. We have their mom, we have the child's parents. We're there. They're not going nowhere. We're together.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. We trust God with our kids.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, it just blows my mind. So now you got saved. God is doing amazing things in your life. He's giving you a gift, a prophetic gift. And you saw that on the day that he just encountered you. How does that transition to you being who you are now? What is God doing through you now? What is God saying through you now? How has he matured you now?
Wow. First of all, I'm just extremely grateful because I never knew I would be me.
Ooh, explain.
Coming from where I came from, doing what I did, being around who I was around, thinking what I thought about me. I just never knew that I could do some of the things that I'm doing in this very moment, like working, full time in IT leadership. I had a 7-figure business that God gave me. I no longer have it, but I never knew I could create that without a formal, degree, right? God gave me so much vision. I've had a nonprofit, like almost a year after salvation, the Lord spoke into my spirit, create a nonprofit. Didn't even know. This was way back when writing 501c3s were extremely laborious and tedious, because it was like 30 something pages.
Absolutely.
Through resources and his help, he, created a nonprofit, and that nonprofit, through the help of other people and myself, we were awarded $20,000, $30,000 grants. I had contracts with school district for at-risk youth over, 4 different school districts, employing my ex-pastor, employed my ex-husband. And while working for the school district years ago, I've, been in different various leadership positions, on my job. And now, of course, like I'm, have a ministry through social media and even off of social media. But I've been in ministry since then, for 18 years, for a long time, was even in a formal setting for 10 years. So from that 19-year-old little girl coming from the hood. Oh, and let me just, plug this, a new homeowner. As now, praise God, it's all his grace. As a single mother now, not by choice. Nobody ever gets married to get divorced, but I thank God that I'm here and I'm very much at peace with it. But I just didn't, like, you just coming from a place where you don't have any direction in your life. Or you've lost. I'd say I lost direction. It's not that I didn't have it. It's just I lost direction to now, like, having the direction and helping people, steering them in the right direction. I just never knew I would become who I am.
Wow.
Which is classic God, right? He takes those
straight up,
right, who are just completely, unlikelies, rejects or black sheeps or failures based on, whatever standards. And those are the people that God often target, because I feel, I don't want to say that because I don't like excluding other people. I don't believe those are the people that God often target, just one sphere of people that God often target. I do want to say this for anybody who is watching. who may not have gone through such rough experiences. You don't have to go through such rough experiences to be used by God greatly or powerfully. You know, God is a God of, you know, equal opportunity, but he will take people who are the unlikeliest because he uses the foolish things to confound the wise. It's just so that his glory can be revealed even the more. So when I had that encounter, I needed to know about this guy beyond what I was taught about him sitting somewhere just ready to judge everybody. That's all I really knew about him, or that we needed to do this and not that. I started to pray and go on this path of seeking and searching. And I eventually met a prophet, and this person was a prophet and an apostle. And I consider that experience a blessing, and definitely came with some suffering too. Okay, that experience came with suffering, but God led me down a very unconventional path through meeting this prophet who was just amazing. I had never, you know, met somebody that could tell me everything that, you know, I've never said, who could read my mail. You know, that's what they say. And so I was enamored and blown away by the gift. I was young. I was impressionable. I was still broken though, you know, still having, you know, mommy issues, still having some insecurities and things like that. And so she took me under her wings, and I was in that ministry for 10 years, and come to find out that ministry was an occult. So I know you looked at, we gonna have to, I hope we have an opportunity to just talk about just that, because that experience is one of the things that God has assigned me to do, is expose the spirit of Jezebel, because he took me the path of meeting someone who taught me so many foundational things, right? Biblically foundational, even from a prophetic, not even knowing though that I was also there on assignment as well. I didn't even know until the very end. And so that ministry, it sent a lot of people on a downward spiral. Like when I was younger, I, you know, was a part of a group of young people who pretty much evangelized and turned that ministry all the way up. Was so many people came, and God even raised me up in that ministry as a voice, as a voluntold kind of like counselor / pastor, with my husband at the time. You know, we were in it together, but it turned out to be something that was very traumatic, very traumatic. But the reason why I say God led me there is because when I asked the Lord, when I came out of that, and I was in it for so long, other people could see certain things that I don't know if I just didn't believe it. It's like God was showing me things, but I thought it was the devil, and her spirit was so strong that she would pick up on things in the spiritual realm and preach against it. Like the devil is showing, you know, like on Sunday sermon, the devil is sowing seeds of discord, and he's showing people these false images and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, witchcraft. And so someone challenged me, another prophet challenged me when I came out and was like, Tara, how could you have been in this so long and you have a prophetic anointing and you couldn't see? And man, that sent me on the downwards. I cried out to God. I fasted.
All right, y'all. So she said that she had prophetic gifts. That's still to be determined. I'm not going to tell her absolutely not. But, you know, who's to say that she's not a false prophet? Not only that, when it comes to like pastoring, we all know what the stipulations are for a woman in the church. But, you know, my thing is that, you know, she did say that, you know, based on voluntold to do it, whenever she was told to go up and speak, I guess that's when she went up and spoke. So the men within that particular church needs a better understanding as to what a woman's role in church truly is. And I think it's that way, perfectly designed that way, just based on what Yahweh will for it to be. However, her speaking on the signs, y'all, the signs that she witnessed, right? That she thought, you know, she gave a pass for, that she gave excuse for, like, okay, nah. And then for the individual, right, the person who she's referring to must have been a woman pastor. That's how you know that this particular church or whatever it was, this cult was completely out of order because they have a lead pastor as a woman, and it speaks, and it's not biblical. That's not biblical at all. You know, of course, First Timothy says that a woman should remain silent in the church, right? And it also, he goes on to say, Paul, our beloved brother Paul, also goes on to write to Timothy and say that a woman should not usurp the man's authority, right? Also, right? A woman should not preach and teach nor usurp authority over a man. So we know this to be true based on what Paul was speaking on, but also based on how Yah has established nature. Okay. But however, her seeing the red flags and ignoring them based on giving them excuse is what you're looking at today. A lot of individuals in Straitway, a lot of individuals as a part of the false prophet Lovy's church, congregation. A lot of these people who are in these churches, right, and who are being deceived are given excuse to sin. They have given excuse to sin, meaning they've taken that title or position that the individual's in, and they're just saying and giving an excuse so they won't hurt or taint the image that they have of that individual. That's the reason why they cannot hear the truth, even if it slapped the hell out of them in the face. They can't hear the truth because they don't want their image of their Messiah to be tainted. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm not talking about Yeshua. I'm talking about whoever serves Tao and does not want to hold him accountable for sin. That is your Messiah. He is the one that you follow. He's the one that tells you that the only way to glory, to Shemaim, is if you're doing the straight way. You understand what I'm saying? If you're going through Straitway, because they're the only ones who can help you make it to the kingdom. In fact, if you leave, you're damning your soul to hell. Now that's effectively using what? Manipulation, witchcraft to manipulate you to stain and continuing to give your money. You understand what I'm saying? Continue to offer your time, your services, whatever it may be, your assets. So we got to understand and identify. A lot of them are currently suffering through the same things she was suffering through at that time. She was with these people for quite some time, and now she's identified it as a cult. You understand what I'm saying? So I just want to really point that out. Not only the truth that, of course, if she claims to be a prophetess, she can be a prophet. She's not a prophet. She can be a prophetess. You know what I mean? But my thing is I've never heard her prophesy anything. I don't know what she is or what if Yah's truly speaking through her. The Most High can speak to you. He can relay messages to you, but doesn't make you a prophet. You understand what I'm saying? It just makes it to where Yah is moving through you. He's using you as a vessel. So sometimes we got to humble ourselves, but her testimony is pretty powerful so far. You guys tell me what you think in the comment sections. So far, how is she doing? Other than those few points that I may disagree with, I don't agree with everything what everybody says. However, testimonies are always powerful when they're being told, especially like this, right? You don't see a whole bunch of edits and cuts out of nothing. She's just kind of flowing through her testimony, and you can kind of rely that she's telling the truth here because based on memory and it's her experience. But y'all let me know what y'all think. All right, let's get back to it.
Asking prayer, I didn't have an answer, and I was like, Lord, is it something wrong with me? Like, I started praying, and the Lord gave me. He said, go recap Moses. He said Moses was a baby who was sent through the trenches. He was sent to the house of his oppressor. Why? Because I would allow him to bind what once bound him.
With Monday.com, every business, no matter the industry or size, can simply work better. Monday.com.
He said, I sent him in the house. The Pharaoh had a spirit of witchcraft. The Pharaoh fathered him. And God said it was my will. Because if you're going to have the authority, if you're ever going to be anointed to break a thing, sometimes God will allow you to be captured and subdued for a season by the very thing that you're going to come back and annihilate.
That's going to help somebody. That's going to help. You're not going to get off this scot-free. I need to understand, why do you believe that it was a cult? Why do you believe that it was?
Yeah, because as I said, you know, it started really good. We were very young, impressionable, super hungry, super on fire, but there was a lot of manipulation, a lot of control. It just was extremely, you know, when I say occultish, you have those churches where you might get threatened if you leave, you know, then you're going to be cursed.
Yeah.
But this was after seasons. Obviously, when you're being drawn in by the spirit of Jezebel, Jezebel doesn't fully expose its hand. Jezebel is a spirit, not a person. It's not a woman or a man. And so many people, you know, associate that with sex, but it's just so much deeper than that. That's only like a fruit to the root of it. This is about dominance. This is about control. Really, it's about destruction.
Wow.
And so it's so crazy because I experienced God so much in this ministry. This I'm talking about, you know, the Lord used us very mightily under this voice. But when that heart turned, it was just like that the heart of the leader turned from a place of I don't even know if I could say purity, but from a place of what I thought was purity to just pure greed, to pure pride. And that led her into a place where she was now operating in familiar spirits. And I saw, you know, being a part of an occult, the fruits of that, excuse me, let me reword that. Some of the fruits of being a part of a ministry that has an occultic spirit is you're going to see a lot of sickness. You're going to see a lot of lack. You might see the leader thriving because of the dime of the people.
Yes.
You're going to see a lot of family neglect. That's one of the things that the Lord had to like rewire my psyche about ministry, because it was so much ministry that it wasn't even God anymore. Like 7 days a week, these consistent revivals. You think that that's something that is admirable, but that's actually a tactic of Jezebel to tire your spirit out. This is why Elijah ran from Jezebel after his greatest conquest, calling fire from heaven, because the man was tired. And it wasn't that he didn't know who Jezebel was when he ran into that self-imposed wilderness. It was the fact that the man was tired. So when we're in a space of unrest and fatigue, that spirit can infiltrate. And so we had these assignments that were just unreal. It was almost like we were in an army where boot camp. I mean, I'm talking about, but on the flip side, God works all things, right, to the good. So while the enemy was doing something, God was cultivating something.
Yeah.
So we would literally, for years, it would be groups of us. We would be up. I'm talking about almost 6, 7, probably 7 days a week. We would have prayer from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. in person.
Yeah. So one thing that I really want to touch on before she gets into more is that the behavior of the individual she was following. She's being led by another woman, and in that behavior, the pride, the egotistical, the greed start to really show within that individual as they gain more success. Listen, I've experienced this time after time. I've witnessed this time after time after success, after the money starts to roll in, how somebody in their love for that item, their love for that money, turns that heart cold, turns that heart bitter, turns that heart wicked. You understand what I'm saying? Because the love of money is the root of all evil. So that evil that truly was lurking within them starts to really be exposed. Once you start to secure a financial tool, who you truly are reveals itself. The true person who you truly are starts to come out. If you're a kind and giving person, you'll be more kind. You'll be more giving. If you're a mean brute, a savage, then that mean brute savage will come out. It will amplify itself. If you're an extreme narcissistic individual, then that extreme narcissism will just develop into hatred, into envy, into wanting to see destruction. It'll continue to amplify the thing of who you truly are. That's what you see. But that's also the reason why the Most High calls us to humility. When we're doing anything, doing any work, when we're doing anything in the spirit, he calls us to humility, because that is the substance of things that will keep us in the love of the Messiah and keep us in the love of Yah. We're not glorifying ourselves, but we're glorifying him, the creator, not the creature, but the creator. We're glorifying him. You understand what I'm saying? And that humility will keep us there. By the time it's time for us to reach Semaim, our glory, he will be able to trust us with God-like powers. With God-like powers. Not to say we will be like, he'll give us the ability to be close to what he is. You understand what I'm saying? And the only other individual who may have had that ability was Satan. And Satan got prideful. He was not humble. He didn't have humility. And then that's what started his downfall. That's the reason why the Most High calls us for humility, to be humble, remain humble, keep him lifted. In all things that we do, we must do it unto the glory of Yah. Because the more we do it that way, the more he can trust us with more, with greater. You understand what I'm saying? Hallelujah. So my thing is this, right? That's what the downfall was. The same thing that we see in some of these other so-called leaders, teachers, false prophets, false pastors, all these false teachers. Listen, we see the same pattern. It's the same thing: money, power, pride, downfall. Let's continue, y'all.
We were demanded that we needed to show up and go into intercession, and we were taught about warfare and about the different heavens and things of that nature. Now, the crazy thing is, although the enemy had an agenda, God did too. And in the process of this, we were young. We saw miracles take place. I'm talking about God started to cultivate more revelation in prayer. So like there were some specific times where God would be like, oh, pray about this. And we would see it the next day on the news. Shut this down. And we would see this happen. There was a time where one of the young ladies who was in the ministry, we actually went to high school together. We were probably 2-3 a.m. prayer. And she kept saying, Tara, I keep saying the Lord is showing me, your mom and the building blowing up. My mom works for a federal government. And she was like, we got to pray. We got to pull this down. We're in the process of praying. The next day, and my mom could vouch for this. She doesn't know, she wasn't there that night, but the next day I'm on my way to work and the Lord said, go downtown and go stop by and see your mom. I'm like, I'm about to be late. I got to go to Irving. Pull up downtown and there's commotion outside her building. So I'm like, Mama, what's going on? I can't get it. She said, where are you? I said, I'm downtown. She said, you need to leave. There was they found somebody with a map of the building, like a bomb threat, and everybody is evacuating. I'm talking about next morning. So on one end,
the biggest wins to me are the wins where my clients get results, right? When
the leader was using a good thing as a means of control to tire us out so that we couldn't discern her. But on the other side, God was cultivating, right, a greater work in us for him. He knew that we were not going to be defeated by that particular occult. He knew that we weren't going to be defeated by the demonic. So for so long, I was like, God, what was this all about? And he said, Tara, he said, I've assigned you to this. I've assigned you to perceive it, to discern it. You had to sit under it. You had to learn it. And so I'll tell you, like towards the end, because it caused a lot of conflict, like even in my family, it caused a lot of separation. Those ministries like that come with a lot of separation. I want to double back on something real quick. When a ministry teaches you that ministry is more than the ministry in your home, it's out of order.
Oh, say it again.
When a ministry teaches you, or a man of God, quote unquote, a woman of God teaches or enforces that the works in the ministry is more important than the ministry in the home, it's out of order. That is a tactic of the spirit of Jezebel to divide and conquer. God revealed this to me after the fact, but it's crazy. Like once I left the ministry, in retrospect, I saw the decomposition of so many different families, relationships, kids, kids suffering like over just constantly ministry. We think it's noble, but really it's not, because the first ministry is in our home, right? And so that's one of the fruits of being a part of an occult, doing the right things the wrong way.
Oh, that's it. And it's so deceitful. because this is prayer. God wants us to pray without ceasing. God wants us to devote our lives to his work and building the kingdom. And then the leader is taking it on in their own route, on their own ways, and you're following the leader because they're teaching you good things in the midst of leading you down the wrong path.
In the midst of leading you down the wrong path. But yeah, so when I tell you we were funding the life, the entire, like the life of this apostle / pastor. It went from like us sowing, and by the way, I'm a firm believer in, I live by sowing. What I mean by that is the principles of sowing and reaping is godly. I feel like, you know, what the Lord revealed to me about the power of sowing sowing is not connected to salvation. It's connected to how we actually sit in the earth. Like salvation was paid for by the blood, but the way we manage and steward finances and our seed, the way we handle seed will determine how we sit in this earth.
Wow.
So, I mean, if I'm a person who I don't believe in tithing or sowing, or that's fake, okay, that's fine. Then I won't reap the harvest or the benefits of, you know, of the principles of sowing and reaping, but that's not salvation. So that's not to put a stain on that, because I believe that and I teach it.
Right.
But this person used it and perverted it and manipulated it to the point where multiple people were sowing checks consistently, almost going without, feeding their families, right? Using scripture to justify, to justify. And you want to know the crazy thing is, God is so good that although he knows, right? And he knew, and he already knew what was going to take place. He still honored our gift. We would still see returns, but it would always be taken. She would just continuously take it. God gave us a return based on the purity of our heart, even though the ground wasn't pure.
Yes.
And so by the end of the ministry, there was just so much chaos, so much disruption.
So what do you mean by the end? Did the ministry end, or you guys just left?
Both. So I was in this, we were there 10 years. Most people were there 10 years, some 8, some 7, you know. And towards the end of this ministry, I think it was around 2016 or 17. By this time, I'm leading the majority of everything, not by choice, but because she just pulled back. And I'm talking about from sometimes sermons to being the lead praise and worship leader to the lead intercessor. And the intercessory part, I actually enjoyed that. Actually, that's where, when she decided that, she was going to pull back and just pass the torch and just collect, that's when God started to cultivate my gift. And he's like, while we were in that prayer, I started seeing all kinds of things. God started revealing and opening things up to me. And I'm like, Lord, what is going on? So for the last year, it was turbulence between her and I. It was like she groomed me to be her protege, right? From a baby to me being
your competition.
I never saw it as that,
right.
You know, but I guess it really wasn't even about competition. It was just the fact that I started coming to my senses. I started catching up with the revelation. And so I started pulling back. And so it was a lot of turbulence. She would say I was rebellious and, you know, say that, you know, just tear me down in so many ways. It was just always something. So the final week, God gave me a dream. And it was like I was Moses leading his people out of captivity. Now, at that time, I interpreted that to mean what I was doing in my job. At that time, I was working in at risk. I was a youth development manager at a school district, working with at-risk secondary age youth. So I'm like, I'm doing that anyway. Like, we praying for kids, we helping kids, you know, homeless kids and all that stuff. No. A few days after that dream, the Holy Spirit woke me up and was like, turn your phone on. I literally turned my phone on, and the Lord is my witness. Robbie Morris, whom we know is caught up in some stuff now, but I'll never forget this. He was on, I didn't know who this man was. I never saw him. It just popped up on my YouTube, literally. And it says, stop tolerating the spirit of Jezebel. I clicked the video and watched it, and everything started making sense. I mean, like every single thing he explained in that YouTube video, and that, although there's some scandal right now, that video is valid.
Spot on.
That work is valid, right? I'm talking about everything that I was experiencing. Everything just became clear. All the stuff that God had been showing for years, it became clear, and I knew exactly what I had to do. So I, woke my husband up at the time, showed him the dream, and I'm like, it's time. Like, it was an urgency. The Lord told me, he said, when you go to her and tell her that you are disconnecting from this ministry, he said, she's going to attack you. He said, set your face as flint. There were witnesses there because we were helping her to move out of the house we put her in. Practically, it was a $500,000 home. Couldn't maintain it, couldn't sustain it, and so we were helping her move. So the majority of the church was there, packing and things of that nature. So I walked up and I let her know, Apostle, I love you. I appreciate all you've done, but I'm disconnecting. Like, I'm no longer going to be a part of this ministry. And she looked at me and said, I knew it. Next thing you know, she called the other 2 associate pastors, and they started pretty much praying against me.
In that moment,
there was a conflict. So she started like lashing out, just, saying, all these things that I sowed seeds of discord, and, that I was rebellious and disobedient, and that all this stuff was going to happen. And the Lord said, don't say a word, just walk away. I literally turned my back. By the time I got from where her room was, this is a big house, to the end where the beginning of the stairwell was, I literally just passed out. I'm talking about out of nowhere. I never had health issues. A friend of mine, the friend that was going to be here with me today, she literally caught me. My head was going. I could have had a concussion because I literally just gone down, and she was right there, and she just caught me. And so I'm weak, trying to gather my breath and just trying to get myself conscious. And I told her, I said, Tier, don't let her touch me, because she, like, other people was like, Apostle, like, come lay hands on Tara. They don't know that they didn't know fully what was going on. They understood that there was an issue, but they didn't know exactly what was going on. And so they calling, and I'm like, don't let her touch me. Do not let her touch me, because I'm telling you, like, this thing was trying to take me out. My ex-husband came down, and he was, picking me up, and she stood over me.
At Texas Virtual Academy at Hallsville, we know your child is one of a kind, and their school should.
God didn't even let her touch. She looked, and it was like a smirk. Like, in other words, what I heard in the spirit was, see, when you disobedient, you're going to die. It was like that spirit just spoke in that moment. And so then I said, oh my God, that spirit wants me to question, is this God? Should I be leaving this ministry?
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? That spirit, it was just loud.
Every time you're about to leave what God wants you to leave from, the enemy always tries to pull you back somehow.
Come on now. Relationally included. My divorce was led by God. That's a whole nother topic of discussion. Something I thought was a demon for 3 years that I battled and struggled for, prayed, fasted, cried for. Didn't even know God had severed that thing. We can go to that we could transition to that. I'm talking about, God is my witness. I don't care if I get stoned for it. People.
So we're going to keep it a buck, right? We all know that, of course, in identifying her testimony is pretty good. She's got a great testimony. She's still dealing with a spirit of Jezebel, no matter what. You know what I mean? To be going from one. Listen, the Most High would not be encouraging you to leave a relationship or a marriage. He would encourage you to improve it. You understand what I'm saying? He would encourage you to prove that marriage. He would encourage you to improve that relationship that you're in. It's really the man's decision to either deal with you, continue to deal with you, or to not deal with you any longer. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if that man has done some things that would qualify for you as a woman to walk away from him, right? That would be things like being in sin of adultery, things that were like, abusive, right? Physically, a lot of times verbally, mentally, things like that are all things that are, I believe are good things to walk away from them for, right? And I believe that you'll be justified in doing so. But if it's just relationship things, really is outside of there, right? but her testimony and her speaking about this church. I just wanted you guys to hear her full testimony as to what she went through and the parallels of what was going on within this cult church as opposed to what is actually going on across the board. Straitway fits the description that she just got done speaking about, as well as false prophet Lovy, right? Fits the description of what they all claim to have these spiritual gifts. They all claim to have all of these powers, unique gifts. They all claim to have all of this stuff, right? And Yah showing them so much favor, and that Yah will never try to judge them or come against them in any way, or oh, I'm the man of Yah, this, that, and the third, right? And really trying to exalt themselves. We got to learn how to identify the individual who's trying to exalt himself, lift himself up above all men, right? And put himself on the seat, in the position, looking the Most High Yah face to face, almost as though that individual can be able to tell you exactly if you're going to heaven or hell. We gotta break out of that mode of being deceived in this way, of constantly being deceived by a man who's telling you that he's the one who, the way, the truth, and the light. That becomes, at that point, he does become your God. When he starts to rule over you and not allow you to have the one basic thing that the Most High Yah does not strip from you: autonomy, which is the destruction of the mind. If he starts to try to control you and strip that away from you in this ministry, as a man, as a woman, whatever it may be, especially as a man, then you got to know who you're dealing with. You're dealing with somebody who is an anti-Messiah. You understand what I'm saying? An anti-Messiah. There's levels of obedience when it comes to submitting to authority, but those are very circumstantial, right? The circumstances of it. You can't speak about submitting to authority in war because we're not at war. If we're at war, then we'd have to submit to the authorities in war. You understand what I'm saying? To higher ups within it, commanding officers. So we gotta be able to identify these things, right? I want to close it out here. I think that she pretty much told her full testimony here. If you guys want to finish this out, it's 13 minutes left here. I appreciate you guys rocking with me for this long. Listen, go check him out. I believe his channel is called We Need to Talk. We Need to Talk. They do different testimonies. It's like more of a Christian-based type of channel because, of course, of the people and what they believe. But he has some really solid testimonies. You know what I mean? We can all disagree in the practice and beliefs, but we all can agree on one thing. Testimonies are always powerful and they're always inspirational. They'll inspire people to be able to do better, right? To avoid the same mistakes. This is true wisdom. Any testimony you hear in regards to the Most High getting the glory for bringing somebody into something, out of something, right? Or lifting or elevating an individual, any testimony that you receive is wisdom. It's love. You getting that testimony, you must hear that testimony, and you got to obey the Spirit. You're operating in wisdom when you hear knowledge, right? And you receive the knowledge and you choose to walk in the knowledge. That is the part where it comes to submitting yourselves to the spiritual authority. When you have a pastor who's telling you exactly what you should be doing in your marriage and relationship, and you choose to go opposite or whatnot based on what he told you, then you're not operating in wisdom. That's the spiritual authority that you must submit to. Submit yourselves to those who have that rule, right? When you come to somebody and you ask them for help, you need to submit yourself to the individual that you've asked for help. You gave them a rule over you. You understand what I'm saying? You need the help. You submit yourself to the individual that you need the help from. There's nothing but good that can come from it, right? Because humility. How many people have went to somebody and they were not humble enough? They came to them in pride and they shut their door in their face. When you come to somebody in pride, then they be more likely to shut the door in your face. When you come to them humbly, then they be more than likely to open that door and fully receive you and welcome you. This is the War Sheet Podcast, y'all. I really appreciate you guys rocking with me this long. We're going to close this thing out. Make sure you get your prayer in tonight, y'all. Get your prayer in tonight and sleep sound, okay? As you know, here we like to shed a bit of light, right? Because light creates understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience, and patience creates unity. So let's get unified in the spirit, y'all. On the way out, if we can drop some rams and some sheep in the chat room for me, please. Please, for all my righteous alpha men and all my women, my elegant women who are exceptional. Appreciate y'all joining me here today. I hope this was edifying to you. Peace.